que 3 perros los llevo en la cuenta. La mente olvida pero mi libreta no. Ya tomé otra vida que es una aventura. El señor en porta baja estatura, pero tallado con tremenda costura. Ya pa' mí es como el ajedrez, pieza tras pieza como quiera yo mover el Kens. Gente de etiqueta un tazo dorado. Es que pa' mí la neta importa más lo que me cargo yo aquí en la cabeza. Por eso los negocios los cerramos, como sea le damos, miedo aquí no cargamos. Que 3 perros los llevo en la cuenta. La mente olvida pero mi libreta no. Ya tomé otra vida que es una aventura. El señor en porta baja estatura, pero tallado con tremenda costura. Ya pa' mí es como el ajedrez, pieza tras pieza como quiera yo mover el Kens. Gente de etiqueta un tazo dorado. Es que pa' mí la neta importa más lo que me cargo yo aquí en la cabeza. Por eso los negocios los cerramos, como sea le damos, miedo aquí no cargamos.
It's a new era. Linkers in. Linkers? Where are my linkers at? You're in. How we doing, folks? How we doing? You can hear me, right? El Peru, no, don't say it, don't say it. Folks, I don't know what time the vote is, all right? I don't know anything. I don't know jack shit. What I do know is we need some hard-hitting Democrats right now. And I have the day today to be part of a small part, perhaps, of the solution. A very, very small part of the solution. Get on in, folks. All right, a couple things. First off, new layout, all right? So I finally figured out how to do a desktop situation where I don't accidentally like show you any like work of mine or any DMs or stuff. So that's all cool. So now we can have linkers. Turn off autoplay though. That's gonna be a killer. So if you're a linker, it's a good day for you. It's a damn good day for you. If you're a blue guy, oh, you have no idea. And also, our graphic design guy is hard at work today on some chat upgrades because it's a little hard to read right now. But he's fixing it for the stream. Good morning, Gina. Good morning, Fiery Patriot. Talking shit. Any work of mine? No, you know what I mean. Like legal stuff, emails. I've been a little bit not wanting to do like a screen share situation. But it turns out you can just have a different profile on Windows. Grip probably is working on 1 hour of sleep. The guy's an animal, doesn't sleep. Schumer's got to be finished after this, says Timothy. Never, ever count out the Chuckster, all right? Hope you all are enjoying this beautiful Friday morning. I got my cold brew, my New England cold brew. One sugar, one milk. One milk, one sugar. I had no idea Peru produced corridos. Corridos. I don't know. Sorry, I don't understand what that means. Sorry. Maybe I'm not a real Hispanic. Old Chuck is for the bill. I know. Listen, we're going to be calling Chuck today. We're going to be calling the office of Mr. Schumer today. I hope you know that. He's going to be called by me. And it's going to be live on Stream. And you guys are all going to be able to hear me call one of my senators. Currently one of my senators. As I am currently a resident of New York. That's not implying that I won't be anytime soon. I'm just telling you the facts. I haven't always been a resident of New York. Get him on the horn. We got to get him on the phone, folks. What do I think about the new Playboy Cardi album? I don't know anything about it. I'm a millennial. Does the CR give the executive branch power over spending instead of Congress? In a way, if your brain is big, the answer is yes. If you're just a kind of formalist cuck, the answer is it's complicated. But if you're a real world liver, how many of you guys live in the real world? If you're living there, the answer is hell yeah. If you're a formalist cuck, it's a little complicated. But there's a reason. There's a reason you got to be against this bill. Many different reasons. And I've been seeing a little bit of rumblings on some blogs, some tweets, some posts that have been contradicting the truth I speak. How many of you guys have been seeing the naysayers naysaying the naysayers? It makes sense. Think about it. How many of you guys have seen the naysaying posts against the naysayers like me and you? Demand strong Dems. 5 calls is a good website to help you make phone calls. Listen, I just use my phone. Fall says, nay, I have not. Okay. I don't want you to listen to the naysayers who are naysaying the naysayers. All those smarter than you Redditors making their little posts. I'm here to bring balance to the force. I'm here to provide you with the right info, not the wrong info, about why we need to kill this bill. You guys ever watch that movie, Kill Bill? Why you should be trusting Alex and not the Chuckster. Remember Chucky from Rugrats? Chucky Finster? Can you fix the gap under the window? I don't know what that means. But I can try. Oh, I mean, all right, let me see. Nope, that's not it. Is it this? Is that what your thing is? Is there a gap? All right, let's try to fix the gap. Chuck from Chucky. You guys know Chuck E. Cheese? Do you guys know Sneaky Schumer? This Sneaky Schumer tried to get us. He really tried to get us. Pondering politics. Oh no, he used that. I didn't use that phrase. So I just want to let the Democratic leadership know I'm not saying this. This is a quote from Josiah of Pondering Politics. Now, Josiah of Pondering Politics has actually had some real senators on his channel. So I'm not saying this. I'm just quoting big streamer Josiah Pondering Politics. So what he said with his $10 super duper chat is Cuck Schumer is failing us, Pisco. We need a new leadership. Bay OC needs to primary him. Listen, I didn't say it. There's some Gaspies in the chat. Any Gaspies? Any Pisco Gaspies? The people are too aroused. I didn't say it, but we have some problems with the Chuckster. We have some problems with Chucky. We have less problems with Alex. Alex is doing a good job. And you guys might be like, oh, Pisco, you're just white knighting. You yelled at that pro-Israel guy the other day about AOC, and now you're... No. If AOC said something cringe, I would call it out. Truth is, she's been right on the money. As with our other bae, Chris Murphy. These are not unreasonable Dems. These are deal makers. These are pragmatic people. Remember AOC telling you, be careful about dropping Biden out. Now, ultimately, it was the right move, but she was warning, right? There are things you haven't considered. So we're not talking about Dems that are so far out there that don't know the practicalities. We're talking about Dems like Chris Murphy who understand the real world we live in. Just like you need to understand the real world we live in. When someone says to you, this is a power grab by the executive branch, and then some formalist cuck says, wait, where in the law does it say that Trump is president for life? You got to put on your thinking caps. And that's what I'm here for, folks. Beast was dropping by the right move. I think it was the right move. Good morning, why though? Good morning, retroactive abortion. Good morning, ukulele. Good morning, moon. Giga Chad N-word user, Yesiah. We don't use that term here. That's a bannable offense. Pisco, you're a savage and what we need. I don't know if I'm what you need, but listen, people say I'm boring and that might be right, but I give you the knowledge you need. Cosmic Carp says, like, do they not realize people are going to get to the find out part soon? Going to get to the find out part soon. I don't know who they is. You guys, word of advice. And this is not to call out Cosmic Carp because Cosmic Carp is one of us. At least I think they are. Carp is... Should we imply any gendered term in carp? Carp feels like a very masculine name. Carp. So but we should just use gender neutral terminology here. But here's a word of advice. Don't use pronouns. And this is not for woke reasons. When you're in the chat and you're using pronouns, I just don't know what you're talking about. I just don't know who you're referencing. That said, Cosmic Carp is a real one. Shifty Chuck Schumer. You're not born. We're just living in idiocracy. Yeah, listen, we are definitely living in something, in a time. There is a time, and we are in it. Okay, so let's start with a round of questions. If you guys have questions, I'll give you some space, new setup, acclimate yourselves a little bit. It's like when you put fish in some new waters. I don't stream this time. This is a special occasion. We're doing our little part to motivate our beloved Democratic senators. So I want to give you guys some time to ease into it. So we're going to put in a little bit of upbeat music and let your questions come in. Oh, wait, that's not upbeat. This is kind of relaxing. Are we shutting down the government? In a way, we are. In a way, I am. And in a way, you're helping me. Cloture? Rise up. I need you to rise up. Why does Schumer say a shutdown would be a gift to Trump, but Trump won't veto? True. Grip is always on freaking point. Is flamenco Peruvian? No, I don't think so. Alex says, let's fucking go. It's unrelated. What's your ethnicity? I'm Latino. My whole family's from Peru. Fiery Patriot, our resident conservative, says, Republicans have nothing to find out. We are happy. Only issue I have so far is Trump's take on Ukraine. But even that is turning out to be correct. He's just very happy with his choice. Thank you, Fiery Patriot. Starting to become a little bit of a lover. Not so much a hater anymore. He's starting to love the stream. I mean, he's a member. The Dan Backslide says, I emailed my senators to tell them I support their opposition to cloture and the CR. Call yours. So we did a call yesterday. You know, guys, I have to come clean. I lied. You know, yesterday I said I called my senators. I called one senator. I called Kirsten Gillibrand. But there's one senator I didn't call. I was saving him. I was saving him for today. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I saved it. Now, I could theoretically call twice, but I want my calls to be special. Pisco, the type of person to use Latinx. Fiery Patriot says, all love, your stream is much nicer than your ex post. Listen, my ex, I'm going to start to be more hinged because guess what? Humongous news yesterday as well. Huge news for the channel. Huge news for me personally. Guess who followed me on X? They already followed me on Blue Sky. Say it with me, folks. Midas Touch. Midas Touch. The fastest growing pro-Republic news network in the country. From Juicebox, Pisco, do you think you're better at legal arguments than moral historical ones? For example, do you think you could justify the statement that means justify the ends? I think I'm in a sweet spot. I think I'm dipping my toes into the kind of philosophical moral stuff. I'm watching some like religious arguments in the background to help me acclimate my mind to some of those moral arguments and just the structure of philosophical arguments a little bit more. I think I'm much more comfortable in like the assumed set of values world. But I don't know. I think I occupy a little bit of a sweet spot. The Mighty Midas. The Mighty Midas. The Midas Mighty. That's what it's called. The lady who took my call at Gavin's office was miserable. Gina, Gavin is a governor. Gina McCaffrey. You weren't supposed to call Gavin yesterday. A for effort, though. Gotta love the liberal infighting. Ugh, Westfall enjoying us ripping each other apart. Listen, sometimes Republicans rip each other apart, and I feel the exact same way. I didn't mean to call you out, Gina. Gina, you do what you need. You call whoever you need to call. Legal arguments are in the vein of moral arguments, right? I mean, in a sense, right? There's like a reference point, which is something other than, I don't know. I'm kind of more in the preference subjectivist type moral thing right now. That's just me. Governors can and probably are pressuring their senators at this point. You know what? That's a great point, Kazium. Scooby-Dooter. Gina says that was earlier, just sharing my experience. Okay, Gina, you're off the hook. You're off the hook. All right. First thing we're going to do, folks, thank you all for coming in. A lot of you. Wow. I'm Swedish. Who do I call? Is that okay for me to do? Why are there certain accents you're allowed to do? But, like, I could do a Latino accent because I'm Latino. And I could do a Swedish accent, even though it's horrible. And no one's going to, like, cancel me for that. What's my response to Schumer's actual reasoning that shutdown would enable Trump to gut everything? I do have a response to that, which is no. And also, to the extent that it would, he's already doing it. And I don't believe that the value add of, you know, any uncertain additional gutting that he's already cutting half of the Department of Education, right? He's already cutting the CFPB. He's already firing like half the IRS workers. Firing. That's what's already happening. Now, the big danger of this bill, in addition to all the other reasons that I have, is actually the slush fund aspect of it. That's one of the big things that's problematic about this bill, is with the lack of specificity and directed appropriations and legislative protections, you're actually giving him more power. How are you giving him more power? How can I say that? Well, you're funding agencies that he's defunding and giving him money. All right? Imagine what Trump is going to do with actual money. That's one limitation on his power, has been his lack of money. And now you're proposing to just give a bunch of money where he's already going to use executive power to take money from one place, move it to somewhere else. And not only that, you're giving it the congressional sign of approval to weaken the case in court. So it's a bad move. So on the one hand, right, there's a limit to what Trump can do because he doesn't have money. But if you're proposing to give him money with very few, if any, conditions, just give me a second, folks, or guarantees, he can actually do more bad stuff. For example, one thing that the bill actually does, explicitly, not just in this kind of shady moving money around thing, one thing it actually does is fund more deportations. Deportations that we now know are going to be targeted based on First Amendment criteria. So you're already literally empowering that maneuver. And in addition, you are sending large amounts of money to an executive branch that he's dominating. And so that gives him a lot more flexibility, and it gives him stronger arguments in court. Why would we do that? Thank you for the $10, Henry T. Rainey. Wow. Henry. Thank you. Why would we do that? You tell me. That's a big reason. Number two, on the tariff stuff, right? It's extending his tariff powers and pushing off potentially uncomfortable votes for this Congress to undo these tariffs. So it's relieving pressure on the tariff front. It's relieving pressure and enabling Trump's worst fiscal impulses. It's encouraging the Republicans to continue pressing on Democrats because they know they're weak and gutless, right? The same reasons that Trump is having lack of success internationally is because no one believes his threats and they're standing up to him. the opposite signal is sent if we just allow Republicans to push through whatever they want and the Democrats vote for it. Come on, guys. That's encouraging. That's saying that we don't have the stomach to stand by. Not doing anything to protect workers who are being targeted in the Social Security Administration and other needed sectors. You want to know what a reasonable compromise is? Hey, if we appropriate money to a particular place, let's make sure that you spend it there. How is that unreasonable? How is it unreasonable for Congress to be like, hey, if we're going to appropriate this, we need to have assurances you're actually going to spend it where we tell you to? How is that crazy? And a second part of this is, if it was a good enough rationale to stop the bill in the House, there's a good enough rationale to stop the bill in the Senate. The same dynamic was at play in the House. The only difference here is filibuster versus no votes, right? If it were the case that the House did not get, they were short 2 votes, let's say, imagine, to pass it with pure partisan lines, would you say, well, we might as well vote for it because if it can't get out of the House and it has to start in the House, then golly gee, we'll just have a shutdown. It's the exact same dynamic. The only difference is optics. So I don't want to hear this about it's a fundamental, it's the nature of the shutdown that's at the risk. The difference in what makes the Democrats comfortable in having the House do it and not the Senate do it is the senators themselves feel more threatened and the optics of it. But it's not the nature of the shutdown. Otherwise, the Democrats wouldn't have all voted in the House unanimously. Tells you something, by the way, that the Democratic House is completely, seemingly surprised by the about face from Chuck Schumer. Tells me that they're not communicating. Comment from Falls. It feels like Schumer's operating framework is making sure Democrats aren't blamed for stuff, facilitating judicial nominations, but he's clearly uncomfortable in the offensive position. This moment calls for a fucking knuckle dragger. Yeah, it does. And it's important for us to realize what this is. It is a fight not just for policies and not just to protect the American people, but it's a fight against time. We need to fight the clock, run the clock out on this administration before he's able to do fucked up stuff to our Constitution and our way of life. Trump is a direct threat to the American way. The longer we postpone his worst impulses, the better. So it's a fight for time. And we need to be on offense all the time. We need killers. We need killers all the time. And we need to be a little bit of a nuisance. A little bit of a prick, as my rugby coach used to say. So I don't want to fucking hear it from the people saying, what if not? There's risks on both sides for sure. But here's the consistent through line that you should be judging yourself by. That has been the case with all of these near shutdown situations. The Democrats, until now, have held the following line. If you want Democratic votes, you negotiate with us. That was true of the McCarthy situation. You said, hey, we'll save you, McCarthy, but you got to negotiate with us. That was true of 2 or 3 other near misses during Biden's term with the House of Representatives under Republican control. Our line was consistently, if you want Democratic votes, you need to negotiate. That's very simple. That's a very easy to understand story that needs to be told to the American people. Instead of chasing the American people, instead of living in fear, why don't you have some balls and make a narrative of your own? At the end of the day, They're in control of the government, and it's their fucking fault. It actually is their fault. If they want Democratic votes, they have to expect to negotiate with Democrats. Same thing, by the way, when we need Republican votes. What do? We get a deal. We get a deal done. That's what Democrats do. That's what Republicans do under normal times. That's what they should do. The exceptions being the budget reconciliation process and back in Obama's term when he had for 1 month a supermajority. But the consistent line until now, it appears, was if you want Democratic votes, you give concessions. You negotiate. That was the deal. This is a cut against that norm. And it's happening at the most possibly inopportune time, where Elon Musk and Donald Trump are unconstitutionally seizing power for themselves, usurping the legislative branch, and they want Democrats to co-sign that. The Democrats are, we're supposed to be the ones telling the American people, hey, the sky is falling, because guess what? It is. The sky's falling. And we're going to co-sign it? Nah, no way. No fucking way. And the stuff that he does in the cover of a shutdown, you can say there are some unknowns there for sure. In fact, I've raised before the specter of a shutdown. But I know now Trump doesn't want a shutdown. He pressured Massey. I don't think that they have it in them to do a kind of 5D chess game like that. And by the way, even if they did want a shutdown, they could get it. They could get a shutdown if they wanted to. It's in their power. The polling is right now showing that if a shutdown would occur, they would blame Trump and the Republicans. That's the only polling we have that I've seen. At a time when Republicans are running scared from their own town halls, we can't have a coordinated media campaign. What really fucked us over in the optics game was Chuck Schumer not having a united front, not getting the Dems in line. Hakeem Jeffries, for all his faults, he brought his members to heel, save for one. That's where we're the step back, is that we did not show unity and strength immediately. And that's a failure of Senate leadership. And so now we kind of have a shit show. But you know what? I almost would rather have this now. If there's going to be a reckoning for leadership, it should happen now. And Democrats are right to be pissed. You should be angry. So let's hear what Chuck Schumer has to say. Chucky.
The United States has confronted a very bitter truth. The federal government has been taken over by a nihilist. Donald Trump, in 2 months, has taken a blowtorch to our country and wielded chaos like a weapon. Republicans in Congress, meanwhile, have caved to his every whim. The grand old party has devolved into a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who want to burn everything to the ground. Look no further than what Doge is doing. Now Republicans' nihilism has brought us to the brink of disaster. Unless Congress acts, the federal government will shut down tomorrow at midnight. I have said many times there are no winners in a government shutdown, but there are certainly victims.
Did the cloture vote already go through? Not to my knowledge, unless I'm missing something. Oh, wait. Now we can browse Twitter. Wow. Twitter. Amazing. Protesters in Argentina. No, I don't think that we have cloture yet. Ba-da-da-ba-bo. This is Trump. Congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing. Took guts and courage. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, and so much more is coming. We should all. I saw the Iglesias take. Yeah, I'll take it on 100%. And so much more is coming. We should all work together on that very dangerous situation. A non-pass would be a country destroyer. Approval will lead us to new heights. Again, really good and smart move by Senator Schumer. This could lead to something big for the USA, a whole new direction and beginning. Like, fuck that guy. Literally fuck him. Why would you ever give him the opportunity to spend money however he wants? All right, let's look at the Iglesias take. You guys are fucking chewing my ear off about it. It's 16 thoughts on an averted shutdown. Ba-da-do-do-do-do-do. You guys can read, yes? We need to fuck Trump. We do. Point number one. Chuck Schumer signaled Thursday night that over the objections, a majority of his caucus. Fucking spell check, bro. He and a critical mass of Senate Democrats will allow cloture to be invoked on a CR. Okay. Yes, that happened. 2, this is a bitter pill for most Democrats. Schumer and any members he pulls with him are going to face massive backlash from progressive Twitter and from major party donors and activist group leaders, all of whom were itching for a fight. It's not just progressive Twitter, bro. It's moderate Democrats coming out in favor of it. You have the most vulnerable Senate Democrats, Ruben Gallego, Mark Kelly, Raphael Warnock. And so even just the framing of that already fucking dumb, as though the rank and file Democrat is not included here, right? So this framing is already wrong. The rank and file, the Democrats are not happy with leadership. It is not a progressive Twitter issue, although it also includes that. It's a rank and file issue. Every single House Democrat, save for one, voted against the bill. They did so, many of them in vulnerable districts. So no, not just backlash from the progressive Twitter, from party donors and activists, from members, from constituents who all are itching to stop, not just a fight, right? A fight for a fight's sake isn't what we're looking for. Thank you so much for the super chat. Vazraka. No, this is about protecting the Constitution. This is about protecting the American people. Not just a fight for fight's sake, which is what Iglesias is intimating. Schumer has, in fact, done the right thing here. In particular, he's doing what a leader ought to do and carrying the weight for something that is unpopular with the base, but that is the correct decision for his members. If it's the correct decision for his members, why are his members in revolt? Unless you think it's all a 5D strategy among the moderate members. Unless you think this is all theater. If you think it's all theater when they're hearing Kirsten Gillibrand shout from inside the room, contrary to internal reporting, leaks and that kind of thing, that people are genuinely upset. I've been talking about appropriation strategy with my politics podcast mate. Who cares? Who cares about Brian? I don't care about Brian. Brian always wants to fight harder. Who's Brian? I don't care about Brian. But at least with this started, he was saying that what he wanted was for House Democrats to be unanimously opposed to an appropriations deal that didn't check DOJ. He acknowledged on the show that it wouldn't be viable for a Senate minority to filibuster CR that had already passed the House. Why? That is begging the question. That is circular, right? You're trying to prove why it's not viable to oppose the bill in the Senate. And you're saying, I know this guy Brian, and he's a real fighter. And he acknowledged as a fighter that it wouldn't be viable for a Senate minority to filibuster a CR that's already passed the House. What you're saying is optically it wouldn't. Why? What's your intuition there? Show that. It's the same optics, in my opinion. Maybe it's different to the American people. Time will tell. Maybe it's different when we have this fucking public spat. You can't seriously argue to me that Schumer did everything right if there's a revolt in the House, if people are upset in the House. At least you have to admit there was a complete breakdown in communications, right? When you have expectations set, and if people are misinterpreting the cute little statements you made the day before where he's like, Democrats stand united against this bill. And then you're like, oh, I meant against the bill. I didn't mean against cloture. When you do those kind of cute tricks and you spurn expectations, maybe you're not doing everything perfectly. Maybe it's not this grand strategy when and maybe Democrats aren't these like amazing chess players. You know, maybe we're kind of in the shitter right now because Democrats are actually bad at strategy. Maybe we're in the shitter right now because Democrats actually suck at media and their intuitions are awful. Maybe the guy who said was so aroused, maybe he doesn't have the best pulse on what the American people want to see out of Democrats. Just a thought. And at the bare minimum, the comms have been abysmal. Comms within the party, comms to the base. If this was the right strategy the whole time, it should have been completely different how they communicated internally. I mean, look at this. He said what he was banking on, this I'm guessing he means Brian was banking on, was the fact that it's been 1,000,000 years since House Republicans have been able to pass a CR on a party line vote. It's Trump's America. How many of these like little votes has Johnson won? Because Trump is able to pull them in line. He has some wiggle room with his fucking members. You were betting that a Republican House under a cult leader like Trump was going to be unable to wrangle on his first major budget a majority? That's what you thought? You were banking on that? Then your guy is fucking shit for brains. Useless analysis. And all of these like little close votes, whether it's the speakership itself, right? Everyone was like, oh, is Johnson going to get the speakership? Is Johnson going to get the speakership? He got it. And it was it was done in one vote. It delayed a little bit, but there was one vote. And then recently, a couple of these, it's been early nights. Johnson has been getting wins. You expected them not to vote for a CR when Trump's in office pushing on all their buttons? That was so you were totally fine with the House strategy because you had the expectation that the cult-like Republican Party that's totally enthralled to Donald Trump would oppose him. That makes sense. He thought a hard line from Hakeem Jeffries would bring the GOP to the table. I agreed with that strategy. Jeffries implemented that strategy. His caucus went along with it, and it didn't work. How many fucking times do Democrats need to learn this lesson, old man, that relying on Republicans to do anything that you want them to do is never a good strategy? Whether that's relying on Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski not to vote for abysmal nominees in the Senate, or whether that's relying on them to not be in cultish devotion to the cult master Donald Trump. Why are we trying to ground our strategy always in what the opposition is going to do? Have some affirmative gravitas yourself. Set the stakes yourself. Don't constantly be chasing the other side. Say, hey, no negotiation, no votes. And we're serious. Imagine if that had been the line from the start with clear leadership on both sides, Senate, House. You will not get a single vote from Democrats in the House or the Senate if there is not negotiations, good faith negotiations. Otherwise, you're on your own. Instead, we have this weasel shit. Oh, we don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Maybe, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Have a plan, stick with it. Have some leadership, have some guts. In fact, the strategy backfired. The strategy of relying on House Republicans not to be complete sycophants to Donald Trump and giving him everything he wants. That strategy backfired. Because in order to get a party line bill through the House, the CR wound up being a not quite clean CR that shifts public policy to the right somehow and also contains an odious rider impacting Washington, D.C. When you say the strategy backfired, you're like saying, oh, okay, so the Democrats did something wrong. The Republicans were not willing to negotiate. Where do we get, so like the back, we didn't like lose anything more by sticking to the strategy of not working with people who didn't want to work with us. What's the other strategy? Giving them everything they want all the time, surrendering? What the fuck? When someone says backfire, it's like, okay, like imagine you guys ever do that, like that shot, you know, in beer pong, right? You get rebuttal shots, or when you do the $1 million shot at the basketball game, whatever you're talking about. Does it backfire when you miss? When you have when the only shot you had was that shot, right? And you didn't lose anything by taking that shot. Like, what did we lose? What's the backfire? They weren't willing to negotiate. And so we had a hard line because they weren't going to negotiate with us. Because they had poison pills like give Donald Trump all the power to do whatever he wants. They had some poison pills like fuck over DC. I just don't understand. Like, what's the narrative that you're stringing along? That this is just like, oh, who could have predicted? It just, I don't even understand where you're getting this out of, other than the deepest recess of your anal cavity. Once the House play failed, the Menchie correct thing for Jeffries to do would have been to say he thought it was a good strategy, but it didn't work, and now it's time for Senate Democrats to admit they don't have the cards in fold. So what Iglesias is telling you is the correct strategy would be for Hakeem Jeffries to get out on the podium and say, we fucked up, that was a humongous failure, and we should just give up now in the Senate. Even though the dynamic is completely the same, other than they need the votes in the Senate as opposed to needing the votes in the House. The smart thing for Hakeem Jeffries to do, what he should have done was, tell all his members, which inevitably would have leaked to the press by one of these ambitious Democrats. Yeah, I fucked up. I relied on them not being slavish to Trump. That was the correct play. To say he thought it was a good strategy. I thought it would have worked, but now we should just give up in the Senate. Everyone should vote for the bill. That's the correct strategy? What's the argument for that? By the way, I can't believe people were linking me this fucking article. This article's dog shit. Not you, though, whoever linked it. All the other people. Instead, backbench House Democrats largely spent the past few days posturing and calling for Senate Dems to filibuster the bill, based, and force the government into a shutdown. Force the Republicans to the negotiating table. From a narrower standpoint of self-interest, this made sense. To the extent that it's not a grander strategy, that's to the leadership's fault. You get me, right? If this is a problem, if what you're doing is you're blaming backbenchers, who's at fault? The leadership. Schumer himself. Jeffries himself. If what you're saying is this was fucking stupid, and this is all kind of a collective action problem, prisoner's dilemma, that still reflects poorly on leadership. Even if you buy this narrative, which I fucking do. Well, I buy the narrative that everyone is fucking not talking to each other and the Democrats are disorganized as fuck, because that goes along with my priors, which is they've looked disorganized as fuck. That goes with my priors. I'm listening to all these reports of Democrats being pissed at each other because the communication sucks. Because the leadership does not have the confidence of the members. And because they do not have the confidence of the electorate. That's a failure of leadership. The odds were good that Schumer would cave and House Democrats could have it both ways. Playing the hero to the base who got stabbed in the back by Schumer without dealing with the consequences of a shutdown. So what you want is actually, or I don't even know if you're saying this is like a good idea from the House Democrats' perspective, or you're saying internally from the House Democrats' perspective. You think it makes sense for House Democrats to be painting our Senate leadership? You think it makes in their internal sense, or like for their internal self-interest, it makes sense for Chuck Schumer to be painted as a villain? Just realize how depressing, if true, that calculation is. That the optimal self-interested strategy for House Democrat backbenchers is to have Chuck Schumer painted to be a MAGA fucking apologist collaborator. That's the most self-interested fucking thing that these House Dems could be doing, is stabbing Schumer in the back, or being stabbed in the back by Schumer, and having that be the optics. That's your take? That can't be the most optimal self-interested strategy for the Democrat House backbenchers. For who? By the way, the base and the rank and file are with the House Democrats. It should tell you something like, everyone, in my opinion, who matters in terms of the constituent groups of the Democratic Party are angry with leadership. And what you're saying is it would make sense for these subgroups within the Democratic caucus to reinforce the base's like historic anger at leadership. What the fuck? How about we get good leadership that people are proud of? How about we have good leadership that people don't have to invent these fucking stories of 5D chess to explain? This is too cute. This is fucking Sorkin-esque. God damn. Why can't it just be us working together and being strong? Shutting the government down to halt Doge did not make sense on a number of levels. Even putting it down, it just shows you don't get it. You just don't get it. Doge is one aspect of the administration's policy here. It's beyond Doge as well. It's every other part of Trump's government as well. It's not just the cuts. It's what he wants to actively do. And so even saying that this is to halt Doge, you don't even know what the argument is. The argument is you can't halt Doge in that way. That Trump is, the way to halt Doge eventually is going to be in the courts, hopefully. But what your Democrats are saying is he's going to be doing this shit no matter what. He's going to be trying to fire people no matter what. Shutdown or no shutdown. What we're trying to do is limit his access to power. Limit legitimizing his arguments in court. Limit his access to actual funds. If the problem with Doge is they are laying off workers and curtailing programs that are vital and important, a shutdown also does those things. A shutdown does not lay off workers. So that's not true. How does a shutdown lay off workers? If by curtail programs you mean possibly stop or pause programs, it would do those things. But they're already pausing programs. They're already fucking with the programs. It's overdetermined. Shutdown or no shutdown, they're trying to stop all federal financial assistance. They're trying to close the Department of Education. The shutdown might actually save some workers. Furlough them. under the circumstances of an appropriations lapse, Trump and Musk can just furlough 100% of the federal workers they would like to lay off and declare whoever they don't want to lay off essential. And they've already achieved their end game. Bro, where have you been? Bro, where have you been? What do you think these fights have been in the last 6-7 weeks? They've been doing that. They've been trying to fire everybody. Again, overdetermined. And it wouldn't give them the authority to lay off everyone any more than they have that authority now. Certainly, it could give them authority to furlough people. But they wouldn't have that good of a chance, in my opinion, of protections in the court if the Congress didn't try to put in some measures to protect them. And so to the extent that there's any possibility of protecting these workers, it's got to come through Congress. Maybe we'll get lucky in the courts. Maybe. Because the federal workers at the epicenter of the pushback against Doge would all be either furloughed or else working without pay, pressure to cave Trump would soon be coming from the very people Democrats are trying to help. Against whom? Against the people that have already been attacking them for the last 6-7 weeks? Or against the party that's trying to make sure that they're protected through a negotiation? Who is the enemy number one going to be? Chuck Schumer or Elon Musk? Do you trust your messaging or not? Do you trust the truth or not? This is an argument from the position of weakness. This is dog shit. Yes, there would be pressure from federal workers. Yes, there would be pressure from individuals, American citizens. And it would lie at the feet of the people responsible for the shutdown, the Republicans. Senior Trump officials have signaled repeatedly that they want to challenge the constitutionality of the Impoundment Control Act. Bro, they're already doing that. They're already in court challenging the Impoundment Control Act. If the Supreme Court sides with them about that, then no additional legislation would change anything. That's not true either. This guy has no clue. Oh my God, I can't believe people are looking at this. So if the Supreme Court rejects Trump's argument and says that the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional, one, that it could mean that the president can't impound any funds, or it could be a more limited ruling, or it could say that the president can do anything he wants. Yeah, in that sense. But if that's the case, then you understand. If that's the case, and Trump and the Congress already allocate all those funds already, that means Trump can stop any funds he wants no matter what, but you've just given him all those funds. That's the key point. That where's the analysis of that? You're giving him a slush fund. If the Supreme Court rules that the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional, then that means he constitutionally can impound all the funds that you've just created a slush fund for. So what's the absent criteria that would make things worse? Or what's the criteria that would make things worse if the Supreme Court rules like that? Maybe the fact that Trump has just been allocated a slush fund and given essentially discretion to spend it however he wants by the Supreme Court. And at that point, the only thing that Congress has up its sleeve is literally cutting off the spigot, all or nothing, and saying, hey, we'll stop all fund. Like at that point, it's just a battle of the branches. And wow, you're a real idiot for passing any appropriation legislation if the Supreme Court goes that way. That doesn't help your case at all, Iglesias. A particularly upsetting aspect of all this is that Republicans inserted a poison pill in the House bill ordering DC government to cut its spending of our own local tax dollars by about $1 billion. Yeah, another great reason not to fucking vote for this thing. I have been trying to read up and report on this, and no one is clear on why House Republicans did this or how it's supposed to work. Bro, it's so obvious why they did this. They want to fuck over the one. They want to get savings, right? And say that they got savings, and they don't care about DC because DC all votes Democrats, and there's no senators associated with the DC people. So they don't care about DC. DC is all Democrats, and so they don't care about imposing pain and getting $1 billion that they can spend on deportations, half of which is going to be spent on deportations. You don't need a fucking textbook to find out why Republicans want to fuck over DC. They've been wanting to fuck over DC for the entirety of DC's political existence. I'm now roughly 70% sure that they put it in just to create a hothouse environment among Democratic Party staffers and bait the Senate into a shutdown. You're overthinking it, bro. You're 70% sure of this? Maybe they're just like, I don't give a fuck about DC. You think this is all some grand conspiracy to bait a shutdown? That's also, if that's the strategy, you don't have any idea how that'll turn out. It's a risky strategy. Regardless of the reason, this is now set to become law with chaotic implications on our local police departments and our public schools, including the one my son attends. I'm worried about this personally. Collins says this is bad. Yeah, okay. And my sincere hope is that she will move a separate piece of legislation lifting it. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much for the sub. Hey, guys, appreciate the support. There Iglesias goes, hoping for Republicans, right? Thanks for the follows. I'm hoping that Susan Collins moves legislation lifting it. That'll pass the House Republican fucking controlled. Like, what are you talking about? If this thing passes, you're fucked. I assume there are GOP staffers who live in the city as well and don't want to see cops and teachers chaotically laid off in the middle of the year. Maybe, I really hope so. Someone please get this guy a fucking lifetime supply of copium, connect it to the copium vats that exist in Copatopia, and have nonstop 1 trillion cc's of cope continuously pumped into his fucking lungs. Holy fuck. You're assuming that GOP staffers who live in the city give enough of a fuck to save this? Who believes this garbage? I really want to emphasize that even if you disagree with me about this, if your reaction to these events is to get mad at Chuck Schumer, you are getting played. No, we're not getting played, bro. I hate this Redditor type analysis. Sometimes a duck is just a duck. You don't have to overthink it. You can be mad at Chuck Schumer. You should be mad at Chuck Schumer. Even on the best case, even assuming, thank you for this up, guys. Even assuming the best case for Chuck, which is this is the right strategy, he royally fucked up the execution. So you can be pissed at Chuck Schumer for the execution. If nothing else, why wouldn't we be mad? It reflects so poorly on Democrats. The execution, if nothing else. Lots of people are engaging in cheap position taking in favor of no vote on cloture, but neither House Democrats nor the people voting no in the Senate, nor the people getting mad on Twitter have an actual strategy for getting what the base wants out of this, which is some kind of act of Congress saying that Trump and Musk need to conduct the government differently. What we want are incredibly simple demands. Incredibly simple. Number one, any negotiation with Democrats that would show a willingness to have some kind of compromise to establish a precedent that you can't take our votes for granted on MAGA bills. That's one, is any negotiation. Two, part of the legislation protecting the jobs of people who work at the Social Security Administration. That's concrete. That doesn't equal what you're saying is, legislation that says Trump and Musk need to conduct the government differently. Some more specified direction. Really what we're looking for is a 30-day CR so there can be negotiations for an actual omnibus. That's something you can achieve without saying Trump and Musk need to conduct the government differently. Get negotiations for an omnibus. Buy yourself 30 days on an actual clean CR. Even just an actually clean CR without the cuts on the earmarks, without cuts on the some of the housing stuff, cuts on some of the nutritional benefits, right? Even that would be an improvement. You can't be like, it has to be a law that says Trump and Musk no longer can do anything they want. Iglesias, you lack for imagination. There are tons of things that Democrats are saying are wrong with this CR that there could be compromise on 100%. Fucking stupid. The fact is, Democrats lost the election. They lost the White House. They lost lost the House. They lost the Senate. Proofread your shit, bro. Loser mentality. Loser mentality. Loser mentality. We lost, so we have to just let them fuck us over. And let them fuck the country over even harder. And now a bunch of fucking copium and crying. It drives me crazy that the very same progressives who shit on Democrats for not being able to stop bad things, if there were 4 more House Democrats, we all agree. None of this is an argument. None of this is an argument. If you want to stop Republicans from doing bad things, you need to win races. We all agree. We all fucking agree. So this is not an argument on it. Donate money to good candidates. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, true. We see once again the filibuster is not the boon that moderate senators think it is. Their lives would be much easier if they could just do... Okay, so 14 through 16 are not relevant. So what's the argument actually here? Why are people citing this like a good article? What about this is compelling to you? His rendition of this kind of like 5D chess that he believes is going on behind closed doors, either from the House Democrat backbenchers or the 70% chance that they're baiting Democrats into shutting down by doing this DC government thing. This hopium about Susan Collins, and he's actually saying he's worried about this. So what is the actual argument here? Totally misunderstanding the danger here. It's not about Doge stopping layoffs. The furloughs might actually save people's jobs. But it's also about giving a slush fund that he can use however he wants without necessary direction. It's just crazy. This article sucks. And people are reposting it. It's dog shit. All right, I read it. Any thoughts? Cloture? What is Cloture? I'm dumb. It's like a procedural thing to overcome a filibuster. Grips says apparently people think when reps think Dems' job is to roll over and take 4 paid years off. Yeah, I don't know. It's so loser mentality. It's so weak, bro. EOS, the biggest thing is to activate the base. Yes, 100% true. You have midterms coming up, which are what? High propensity voters. You want your voters to be enthused, activated, angry, showing up to Wisconsin. You know what gets them very unenthused? Shit like this, saying, oh, bother. We can't do anything. Oh, what could happen? Fuck that. Don't co-sign them. Don't give them any better legal arguments in court. Any questions? Are you pissed, Falls? I'm kind of pissed. Royally pissed. Midterms, what about April 1st? Yeah, true. We have a Wisconsin Supreme Court race coming up. Very important. You want your base to be aroused, angry. This is weak bullshit. And it's like Sorkin fantasy. There's no argument that Schumer played this well, that leadership played this well. This is a mess of Democrats' own creation. Jola, I'm gonna leave the party for a bit. Jola, we need you. We need Jola. No, but this is like the fact that people post this article, like everyone cuck out on these bullshit arguments. This thing about Brian, like he led with Brian Butler. Who the fuck is Brian? Brian is someone I know. He's very reasonable. And even he was saying Democrats can't do this. Why? You've always been pissed, but now you're royally pissed. Schumer must go. You can't negotiate with terrorists. They don't even want to negotiate with us. Like you're saying, yeah, you don't have to negotiate with us. It's kind of the opposite. I understand what you're saying, but it's kind of the opposite. It's like you absolutely are saying that Republicans don't ever need to negotiate with you. They can just put some schlock out there, and you'll vote for it after you said it was dog shit and after you signaled you were going to be united against it. And what happens? Now everyone's pissed at you because even if this is the right strategy, you calmed it fucked up. So no matter what, leadership is fucked. That's what you can take to the bank, right? The fact that we're in this media cycle and everyone is pissed internally, the base, the Twitter online people, and there's no one like Midas Touch, right? Think about this. Midas Touch. They're not some crazy out there progressives. Midas Touch is like, they're kind of more Biden bro-y. And they're pissed at Schumer. You know what they said about Schumer? Grow a spine. That's Midas Touch Network. Now, they're not both sidesism. I'm not saying Midas is like that, but they're not the Young Turks. And so when Midas Touch and TYT and everyone in progressive media, I'm not putting TYT in there. They're more like alt-left media. And me are saying you fucked up, Ron. He fucked up, Chucky. They fucked up. The comms are shit. And that speaks poorly of leadership. And if they're so dumb that they made a disaster out of nothing, why do we trust them on their intuitions about the optics? We can still vote down the cloture motion, yeah. Congrats on the Midas Touch following. Yeah, I know. Just got to glaze these Twitter accounts every now and then. All right, any other questions? I'll take a little sip here. Ron, you better be dead or dying. All right, is it time to call Chuck? Should I call Chuck? All right, I'm going to call Chuck.
You've reached the United States Capitol switchboard. Please say the name of the senator or representative that you are trying to reach. Or say, I'm not sure.
Chuck Schumer. Schumer. Charles Schumer. Senator Schumer from New York. I need to speak with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer. Give me Chuck. I'm going to try again. Hector! All right, I'll try again.
You've reached the United States Capitol switchboard. Please say the name
Chuck Schumer.
of the senator or representative
Chuck
you are
Schumer.
trying to reach.
Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer. Give me Chuck. I need to speak with him about something. Something little. Why, hello, beautiful. Okay, you guys all better be calling right now. Oh, okay, we got it. We got the number. We got the direct line. All right, 202-224-6542. I'm just calling random numbers. User busy? You ducking me, Chuck? All right, call your other senators, though. They turned off their switch. Why, hello, beautiful. He won't even take my call anymore. We know you're there, Chuck. We know it. That means his line is entirely over encumbered. Guys, you're doing good, all right? Ease up on Chuck. Let's go for others. Oh, Chucky, it's time to play. Chucky Wucky. Call Fetterman. Fetterman's no hope. Who can I call if I'm in a state with Republican senators? I don't know, Falls. What's the play there? I already called Gillibrand. All right, should we call Murphy just to let him know how much of a good job he's doing? We can do positive calls too. We have to encourage strength. Falls, do you have the number for Chris Murphy? Do 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 do. Call your mother. All right, I'll text my mother. Hey everyone. Love you, Mom. Do 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 do. When is the cloture vote? I have no idea. You guys will have to tell me that. I'm just chilling. Call Tim Kaine. He has made a statement, I thought. I heard him make a statement. Do 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 do. Chris Murphy. All right, let's get the Chrissy. 202 224 404. Bimble called Chris already.
Hi, you have reached the D.C. office of U.S. Senator Chris Murphy. We're sorry we cannot take your call, but if you leave your name, number, and home address, we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
You cannot record a message for this mailbox is full.
What?
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time. For a directory of extensions, press...
He's full? Thank you for the subs. Wait, Bimble, was it full for you too? God, you guys are doing a great job, right? I'm pretty sure he never checked his messages. Oh, let's call Langford. All right, someone give me Langford's number. False. Let's get on this. Let's get Langford involved. Let's get him in the game. It's a wild card. Do 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 boom. Okay, we'll call some swing state Dems, but first we're gonna have a little fun. Let's have some fun first. Senator Langford. His line is busy in VA. Uh-oh. Sanders? No one calls Sanders. Thoughts on Trump using the Alien Enemies Act to ramp up deportations? Yeah, it's fucked up. That's why I'm so glad that my Democratic Senate leader is endorsing a bill. He's not really endorsing it, but he's going to vote in favor of cloture on a bill that's going to give more deportation funds. I love that my Democratic leadership is trying to add more funds for an administration that is going to use the Alien Enemies Act. I think it's really cool that my Democratic leadership is going to give more money, millions and millions of dollars, to an administration that's going to use the Alien Enemies Act. I think that's super cool. Frutanica says call their homes. Frutanical? Sorry. So yeah, Evergreen Frog. I think that's really, really cool. Stand on business with Fetterman. Oh, okay. We'll call Fetterman after Langford. 224. No, don't call her. Ugh, that would be bad. Jesus. It's gone forever?
This is Senator James Langford. It's an absolute honor to be able to serve you in the United States Senate, and I appreciate your call. If you'd like to send an email to me or to find out my stance on current issues, you can always go to my website, langford.senate.gov, and get that information right now. If you'd like to leave a message, please do that. Press 1, and you'll be transferred to me or one of my staff members, and so you can leave a message for us. If you'd like information about office locations or hours, thank you for contacting my office. Please leave your message here after the tone, and please include your name, address, email address, and phone number so we can follow up with you. Thank you.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hi, Senator Langford. I'm a concerned citizen. I always knew you to be a strong oppositional voice against MAGA and against the excesses of the Trump regime, and I'm urging you to vote no on cloture. I really think it's important for our senators to be empowering anti-MAGA and anti-Musk policies. And I just don't think it's in holding of your values to allow this MAGA-tainted CR to go through. And so in the spirit of bipartisanship, Senator Langford, I would really appreciate if you worked closely with your Democratic colleagues to come to some kind of bipartisan resolution. Thank you very much for your consideration, and please vote no on cloture. I hope that'll really reach his heart, you know? I did it. We called the senator. I should have left that email. piscoliddy@gmail.com. That'll keep him up at night. We did a democracy. Hey, Dunkin' Cold Brew, 1 milk, 1 sugar is on me this morning. Give it a great content. Thank you, Gina. Gina. First super ever, Amy Klobuchar. Wait. Is Amy a wavering? Let's see what the news is. Is this like Nazi still doing things? Who's this? DC Drano. Where are the Epstein files, you hack fraud? Retweet my own tweet. Oh, yeah, like Gillibrand again? Oh, okay. Might as well. Oh, wait. I used my real name yesterday, and I don't want them to be like, they know my phone number. I just don't want to. Maybe better not. Sorry. What is this? Oh, Joe Walsh.
Democrats, from just voters, from just regular people, from independents who can't stand Trump and can't stand what Trump and Musk are doing. What they say more than anything is, Joe, I just want people who will fight. I want representatives who will fight, who will roll up their sleeves, rip off their shirt, and fucking fight. In this moment right now, where it certainly looks like Senate Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer,
I can't even say the name,
are going to cave and give in to Trump and Musk. I mean, maybe at this point right now, that alone is the reason that every single Senate Democrat today should say, fuck no, and vote against this Republican spending
Fuck
bill.
yeah.
And say, hell no, and punch Musk and Trump, if only just to show to their voters that they're capable of fighting.
Thank you, Joe.
And maybe, again, this is my own bias because when I was a Tea Party...
No, it's not. You were a Tea Party guy?
I've been when I was in...
Okay. Should we reply guys some people? Do 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 do. Viva Frey. Dumb tweet. Do do do. Protest Schumer's book tour. Based Emma. Do 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 do. Portnoy. Why have you refused to condemn the pardon of Jan 6 terrorist thugs? It's the day in the life, you know, just a day in the life. Do 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 do. Americans should be defending Christians, not giving aid to those who persecute them. Probably shouldn't. Numbers. Oh, save that for later. Thank you, Senator. Can we count on your vote for no on cloture? Is this entertaining for you guys? Why do you keep using... Why do you keep using AI for your tweets? It's really weird. I'm just trying to do my best here. Moments ago, Senator Schumer speaks ahead of shutdown, announcing he will vote to... Wait, this is before, right? Wait, no. Is this today? No. Wait, no.
To keep the government open. I believe it is the best way to minimize the harm that the Trump administration will do to the...
This is outrageous. What's this guy's name? Schumer? Schumer. Is tomato juice in the chat? Tomato juice. I don't want you to see me like this. Racist. All right, that's enough. That's enough, right? Maybe we can find one other person to poke. Maybe we're good. Maybe we're okay. Eric, you're a dumbass. Connor gets a lot of shit, hey? I think we're good. How you folks doing? Thoroughly entertained caramel cold brew. Amy Cloture bar. Please, Amy, do the right thing here. What up, Tomato? What up, Bimble? What up, Fall? See you guys in the chat. Those are the day ones. Day ones. Should call this segment the Morning Troll. Do you guys actually enjoy it? You like the content. I got a case of the Dutes now. What's that song called, by the way? Dun 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 do 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 do. Someone give me the name of that. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Putin. Yeah, I'm live. Thank you so much for the super chats. So much for the subs. You guys are very supportive. AOC says the vote has been pushed back to 1:15. Thank you, Mr. Frank. Basket Case loves the morning streams. Basket Case has been making some dangerously based tweets lately. What's your Dunkin' order? Large ice cold brew, 1 milk, 1 sugar. And sometimes you got to have a little glazed munchkin. Not too much, though, because we're on a diet. We're going to a goal. And that goal needs to be reached. Oh my God. The ending was Arthur the Aardvark, based coffee, Mozart string quartet, or other. All right, let's see if I can just get that just for a second. Just for a second. The copyright won't be just for a second, will it? Nice Chelsea hoodie. Thank you, man. Hey, Pisco, do the Cloture votes for presidential nominees now require 3/5 of the Senate to pass? I think they got rid of that thing. Whatever that is, that's not a thing anymore. Mozart quartet. Is that it? Oh, wow. Meryl Van Denkirk. It's Boccherini String Quintet and E-third movement. No way that's real. If this is real, Meryl gets a extra big thumbs up. No way this is it. Wow! Is that the music that came on while I was waiting? Is that why it's in my head? Kill Mary. You have an uncanny resemblance to Richard Lewis. Oh, rest in peace, Richard Lewis. I don't think I look anything like Richard Lewis. He was funny in Curb. Meryl should already be VIP. Can I do VIPs in YouTube chat? Could you directly react to Schumer's explanation on MSNBC? I want to hear your counter arguments to his argument. Okay. Do you have a link? Give me a YouTube link. The Dutch linguist at work again. Thank you, Meryl. Big points for Meryl. There is? Wait, can I make Meryl a VIP? How'd I do that? The kebapi. Engage with audience. Start the poll. /VIP. I look like Eugene Levy's son. I don't know how to VIP people in YouTube chat. You're an honorary VIP in my eyes, Meryl. Do you guys have the link, Jeff Cavalieri, to Schumer's MSNBC? Why are New York Democrats so useless and corrupt? I can't help you there. I cannot help you. Not AOC, though. How can you send you the link? Put it in the chat. I guess I could look for it if I must. Thank you for the sub, Kid Not Kin. We should call another senator. A random one from a random state. MSNBC Chuck Schumer. Thank you for the sub, Kid Not Kin. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Senate Democrats are...
All right. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Senate Democrats are split over how they will vote on the Republican plan to keep the government funded, though on Elon Musk and Donald Trump's terms. Trump's budget director, and this is key, is already reportedly preparing to ignore the spending appropriated in the bill. Some Democrats
This
have
is so, by the way, it's so fucking crazy. You have this lunatic Russ Vought saying, oh yeah, we're about to impound a bunch of shit that comes out of this. Like, we're literally saying we're not going to follow your directions as part of the continuing resolution. They're telling you we're about to fuck you over and we're about to usurp Congress's rightful constitutional role. They're outright saying that on the floor. And we have to pretend that it's just business as usual. How about another joke, Murray? What do you get when you cross... Fuck, what is it? Hang on. With a society that abandoned him and treats him like trash.
They will not support the plan, even if it means a government shutdown. But Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York says he will support the vote basically to get the bill in a position to pass and to keep the government open.
For sure.
Thank you for the super chat. Tammy Baldwin has not said how she will vote. I guess I'm not a constituent. You know, Langford was one thing. I feel a little weird calling Tammy. Alley Cat says, I called Elizabeth Warren's DC number and left a message urging a no vote. Thank you, Alley Cat. Alley Cat in Kick Chat, the odd Kick Chat viewer. How many of you are Kick Chat? What are my concurrents right now on Kick? It cannot be a lot. It's such a unused platform. How do I tell my concurrents? Factorio, tell me how many Kick people there are. Is it 8? Do I only have 8? He's licking his finger. Wow. Do I need to do a wellness check on me? What is there to be worried about, Tomato? There's nothing to be worried about.
The Republican bill is a terrible option.
Right now we're...
it is not a...
Oh my God. I hate how he reads. Right now we're at like 560 concurrent on YouTube, like about 100 on Twitch. Guys, we're becoming bigger than everything. I didn't realize I'd get this much numbers. I never stream at this time, and you guys all seem to love me. It's the manic singing. It's giving Tiny Tim. Am I singing a lot? Are you a classical head, big orchestra guy? Uh-oh, big fucking message from Not a Mob Accountant. Long time, first time, help me out. I'm torn on the shutdown. I hear and agree with people's arguments with not voting on it. But isn't it easy for the other side to shift the blame and just say, the Dems wouldn't even let us vote on this regardless of all the mandate talk? So the options are block the bill and be blamed for the shutdown, or allow it to pass and hope people see how bad it is. I just don't know. I don't accept that Democrats will be blamed, because ultimately I think the truth is it's the Republicans' fault. Ultimately, they're in control of all three branches of government. And so I don't think the American people will see it that way. And I think that as long as we play in fear, we're losing. I think we need to... My tab just crashed. My tab! I think we need to play with confidence, with steady confidence, and a quiet desire. And so are there risks? There's risks in anything in life. There's risks to not doing it. And I think giving them wins potentially in court, where you're strengthening their legal arguments, and then also just giving them a slush fund with absolutely no guarantees that the money's going to be spent the way we want it to, I think is a bad idea. It outweighs. And then obviously like fucking over DC, fucking over veterans, fucking over like housing and nutritional recipients of aid, right? So all of that to me says might as well like try to fuck with Trump and also set the precedent, continue the precedent that if you want Democratic votes, you need to negotiate with Democrats. I don't think that's bad. What's making it more likely for Democrats to be blamed is the kind of like weakness you're seeing now. If it were united from the front, and if Democrats had good comms, and we're internally talking to each other and saying, hey, these are our bottom lines. If they do this, we do this. Then it's all this public shit right now is the worst possible outcome. And the Republicans are laughing at us. MAGA is laughing at us. It's such a disaster. And maybe this will be the wake-up call for Democratic members to have a second thought about their leadership. Again, even putting aside the strategy aspect to it of which path you take, the organizational and comms disaster that this has been should be a wake-up call for members and frankly for constituents. All right, let's argue against Chuck.
Clean CR. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address far too many of this country's needs.
So he's saying this bill sucks. It's horrible.
But I believe allowing Donald
Agreed.
Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option.
Yeah, so I disagree with that, right? At base, I think that giving him a slush fund and giving him stronger arguments in court gives him more power. If I thought, like Schumer did, that a shutdown would give Trump more power, I would be in favor of not having a shutdown. I don't think that. If I thought that, I would support it the other way. My goal is to stop Trump from destroying the country. So if I thought that this would help him destroy the country, I wouldn't support it.
And Senator Chuck Schumer joins me now. Senator, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Let's just start on this. I think there are a lot of people watching this right now who are confused about this decision or upset by it. So just spell out, just give me your logic, particularly on this sort of on the one hand, on the other. What is the cost you see to the constitutional order of a shutdown that isn't already being done now?
It's a dramatic cost. Here's why, Chris. Under a shutdown, it is the executive branch, in this case Trump, Musk, Doge, and Vogt, who's head of the OMB, who we all know are authoritarians, vicious, nasty, who would have sole control over what is funded and what isn't. They get...
Guys, he would have that authority if you just give him a slush fund. If you just give him money without any guarantees, you're giving him access to more resources to fucking do shit. Right now, he's arguing those very same things. So what's the difference? In the shutdown situation, how much additional authority does he have?
To determine what is a, quote, essential service. And they will just cut to smithereens, far greater than in the CR bill, which is a lousy bill. Far greater than that. What could be-
I don't even buy that either. If these workers are furloughed, why is it the case that Trump will have more power to get rid of them than he does now? I don't understand that at all. What's the logic there? What's the logic that if we have a shutdown, he can fire more people? Truly. He can, I'm sure, pause things easier given the lack of funds. But he's already doing that.
Be funded and what couldn't. And there's no recourse. You can't go...
And if you give him money on his terms, he can continue to do it with your approval. You're giving him money in the knowledge that he's doing it however he wants without any consideration of narrowing the scope of the appropriations. In a way, you're giving congressional consent to the way things have been operating. The fact that you would legislate in the shadow of Trump's decision-making here gives more weight in court to his actions. And that's what he's going to argue in court. Are you sure you didn't have the SpongeBob ending credits? What's the SpongeBob ending credits song? Oh, what is that? I was just humming it, right? Let me just do this for a second. Doge can be challenged. Government shutdown firings can't be. Why can't government shutdown firings be challenged? That's your assumption. I saw an argument that he could furlough for more than 90 days, after which RIF rules require the agency to part ways with the employee. Yeah, you're saying if it's just a pretext, but then he's facing the same challenges in court. He could just try to get rid of those employees anyway if he wanted to. Aiden says, hey, Pisco, 2L, an aspiring public defender here. I want to tell you that I personally look up to you and appreciate everything you fight for. Thank you, Aiden. Damn, you guys make me feel good. Appreciate it. I don't understand the legal argument there. I'm just going to be honest with you. What's the legal argument that you have a stronger basis to fire in the context of a shutdown? as opposed to what really matters, right? This is what really matters. What matters to me more than the firings, although that's important, right? The firings are he's already doing that, right? He's already cutting IRS by 50%. He's already cutting DOE by like 50%. What I'm worried about is Trump's in court saying, hey, this is all okay. Look, Congress had the opportunity, if it wanted to stop what I'm doing, and they chose to continue to fund our operations. That's what I'm scared about. You get me? I don't want that argument, some asshole on a court to be able to say that. And certainly not for free. And you know some Federalist judge is going to look at this, they're going to say, you know, abandon their originalism, abandon their textualism and say, oh, we assume that because Congress did a CR, they know about what's going on and they okayed it in a bipartisan fashion, actually. I don't like it. I don't like it. Not at all. How a shutdown could empower Trump on Wake Up to Politics. They lay it out in full there. I think that people are underestimating. I mean, I'll look that up. How a shutdown could empower Trump. No. I'll look at it later. Sorry. I'm not telling you it's riskless. I'm just saying I think the costs outweigh the benefits of signing on. And he literally did that with Rubio's vote, gloating that it was unanimous. Yeah. And whatever this is, it's an indictment on leadership. Anyway, let's get back to Schumer. What kind of toast do I eat? Is there any other kind but toast?
The court. This is a decision totally in the executive branch. And so it would be devastating. Why is it that Elon Musk and Donald Trump want a government shutdown? So they can take control of the government.
What's the assumption that they want a shutdown? Where is that? Why do you think that?
And do their vicious, horrible things. They could cut half the government. They could tell employees you're not essential.
So right, to believe that, right? To believe that Trump wants a shutdown, you have to believe that Trump is playing 5D chess, right? He's wrangling his Republicans to bait Democrats. Right? You agree. You have to, in order to think that they want a shutdown, because you have to think that he's trying to bait the Democrats into being blamed, right? Spam calls. Ow!
And never bring them back, permanently firing them. It's a disaster. And in a few weeks, if there was a shutdown, everyone would be complaining and howling. Why did they cut? Why did they eliminate SNAP? Why did they cut so much of Medicaid? But they could do all that on their own. That's the problem. There's no check on them with a shutdown. That's not to say the CR bill is a good bill. It isn't. It didn't have any safeguards in it. But it would be much, much worse to have a shutdown. And my job, Chris, as leader, is to see things a little bit ahead down the road and see how horrible this would be and alert people to it.
So I want to sort of present two arguments on the other side. One of them is that I
don't agree. I think that they're trying to cut all that stuff right now. And you just giving them, I mean, they're literally signaling to you, Mr. Schumer, that they're going to impound stuff as soon as you pass this appropriation bill. They're telling you they're going to impound stuff. So what assurances do you have that they won't do it? They're already going to do it.
And I hear you on this. This is not an easy call. I want to be clear. I mean, I don't think it is, but you know, the AFTRA union, which is the largest union representing federal workers, they won a big victory today in federal court about those probationary employees who were fired. They came out against the CR, which really surprised me, right? These are the people that seem to have the most skin in the game on precisely the terms you're enunciating. And they said,
wow, good pushback.
The fact that this CR has no protections that will actually be followed means that we can't support it. If the people whose livelihoods are on the line say you cannot go along with this thing.
They're all stupider than me. I know better. I'm Chucky Cheese Schumer.
Why are they wrong?
I understand why they're so upset with the CR, but I disagree with them because the shutdown would be worse for their employees. They could just eliminate huge portions of government workers automatically.
You're thinking too short term. You're thinking as someone who's weak. Trump would never do this shit, by the way. McConnell would never do this shit. You're coming from a position of weakness. Is how much can they hurt me? And when you start from that way of thinking, you're already fucked. You have to say, how much can I hurt them and protect the American people? How can I fuck them?
They could eliminate programs automatically, which they can't do on the CR.
They're already purporting to eliminate programs by executive fiat. Where has this guy been?
The CR has certain spending, and they can screw around with it, and they will. These guys are sons of...
Oh, so you're saying that they're already going to fuck with the spending that's in the CR. So then what's the fucking difference?
They're going to do everything they can to hurt the government. You know what they've talked about. Elon Musk, this billionaire who cares nothing about taking people's Social Security away. This guy says that he wants to cut $2 trillion out of the federal government. A shutdown would allow him to do it. And here's another point, Chris. There's no exit ramp. Anyone who wants the shutdown, I've asked them, well, how do we get out of it? Guess who it's up to get out of it? Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Doge. So
it's always in their hands. Wait, no, it's always in their hands. Republicans are in control. That's the whole point. You fucking... That's why they're going to get blamed. Because it's their fault. How do we get out of it? Yeah, if they want to shut down the government, they can. Because they're in control. And if they want to get out of it with Democratic votes, they need to negotiate. You're explaining why you are actually at an advantage, and you're giving away your leverage by framing it as, even him being on this interview saying Democrats will decide to shut it down, the framing is already fucked. That's why when AOC goes on CNN, like a smart politician, she's not saying, yeah, we're going to own the shutdown. She's saying they're going to shut it down. It's their fault. But Schumer, even his framing of it is one of weakness, where he's saying we'd have to own and they're going to blame us. End me.
Oh, it's it's two bad alternatives. And I respect people who actually don't want it, vote for the CR. It's awful. But with the alternative being a government shutdown, that's even worse.
So here's the other sort of way that I've heard people phrase this, right? Democrats don't control any part of the government. So there's not a ton of leverage. The one thing they have leverage is in the Senate, where you need a filibuster-proof majority on a cloture vote. That there's essentially an unconstitutional assault on the government right now. And I think you would agree with that,
There
right?
is.
An assault on the Constitution.
These guys are the worst, and we got to fight them every step.
So give up our leverage and vote for their bill. They're the worst, so do what they want.
For the way, as we say in Brooklyn, Chris, every step of the way.
But look, Russell is already telling people.
Nothing more than important for a lawyer than to control his emotions and be rational. I'm not being a lawyer right now. I'm being a pundit right now. There's a difference. I'm trying to be entertaining. You guys are all like, you try to make me be one thing. I can have levels to me. I can do different things at different times. I can wear different hats. I can be debate bro. I can be debonair. I can be silly. And right now, I'm a little bit of a prick. Let me live.
But he's telling people on the floor, we are not even going to listen to the CR. This is a piece of paper that we will impound and rip up the moment it's passed. If that's the case, how is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
And he said imprimatur too. You guys know what imprimatur is? Imprimatur. Who knows what imprimatur is? First person to define imprimatur. And Chris Hayes, what a guy, huh? What a guy. Makes you cry. And I did. Oh, you guys are so silly in the mornings. I'm pretty sure that's the tractor from Cars. Dirty Chuck, make some calls if you care. I already made calls. All right, we can do one more call. Who are we gonna call though? Maybe we can call. We could call Blumenthal. Has he made a statement? A person's acceptance or guarantee that something is of good standard, right? So a paper might have an imprimatur, or a journal might have an imprimatur. His line is auto voicemail, Blumenthal. Do we have Blumenthal's number? You know, Blumenthal and I go way back. We go way back. Blumenthal and I, we are very close. All right, let's call Blumenthal. Are people responding to my tweets? I hope I didn't piss anyone off. Do-do-do. Jola, can you calm down? Everyone say feels weird, man, to Jola. Look at what he just typed in YouTube chat. Feels weird, man. I saw Trump praise Chuck. Am I ever going to run for office? Where is our FDR? I don't know. Fix the video so your chat and camera isn't blocking. I don't know if I can do that. It's too much work for me right now. Jola says, wait.
Senator Blumenthal's office.
Wow, we got a real person. Whew. Whew. They needed my actual deets. I had to give it to him. Whew. They're like, "What's your name?" And I'm like, "Let me just give me a second." I was like, "Give me 1 second." But yeah, so we put in a word. That was scary. All right, let's get back here.
There is.
Assault on the
Absolutely.
constitutional
These guys are the worst, and we got to fight them every step of the way. As we say in Brooklyn, Chris, every step of the way.
But look, Russ Vought is already telling people, but he's telling people on the floor, we are not even going to listen to this.
This is Russ Vought. He's saying we're not going to listen to the CR. So why are you voting for it? Dickhead.
CR. This is a piece of paper that we will impound and rip up the moment it's passed. If that's the case, how is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
He said imprimatur twice. Jola was going to run for Congress, but they won't let me use my YouTube name. They want to dox him. Well, Jola, when you tell me that your real name ain't Jola, gets me angry, man.
They're already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay? They are going to.
Oh, he just said it. Oh my God. He admitted it. Wait, what's that clip?
We are for stinky. Focus on the
mother-in-law. Paul, you probably love your mother-in-law.
I actually do.
Oh my God, he admitted.
He admitted. He's like, they're going to do it anyway. Okay, so then why are you voting for it?
If that's the case, how is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
They're already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay? They are going to. They did it to the Department of Education. But
He's a bad debater. He's a bad debater. You should have been absolutely prepared for that question. You should have ran through the crucible. You should have done Prime Kai Reverie. You should have done Hippy Dippy. You should have done Twitter Spaces, and you weren't ready. You're not a debater.
Through shutdowns before. It's not that this CR is good. It's not that voting for it is good. It's horrible. But the alternative is worse.
It's horrible to do what I'm doing, but it just kill me.
And we have to look just a month ahead and see how bad a shutdown.
1v1 Andrew Wilson on Body Count Matter and Schumer. It's really funny. Andrew Wilson, he won't debate me unless I pay him thousands of dollars. And that's been confirmed multiple times. I just want you guys all to know this, that Andrew Wilson will not debate me unless I personally pay him thousands of dollars. Just want to say.
Down would be for all the things we believe in, and how I'd say Trump and Doge and Musk and Vogt, they're like drooling with happiness and desire to get a government shutdown. They've said they want it. Why? Not for doing anything good, I'll tell you that.
They haven't said they want it. They've said they don't want it. And me.
These guys are authoritarians.
Let me just say with this in 1 second. I think the theory of the case for people that don't want Democrats to vote for cloture is that Americans don't quite understand what's being done to their government. It's being done in this sort of haphazard fashion. The stories are sort of getting out. You know, there's this Forest Service worker who got laid off for no reason, and there's this veteran who's got a traumatic brain injury, who's got a clinical trial. But that the shutdown would be a way of actually calling the question. And here's what I would just offer. It seems to me that the demand that makes the most sense here, and I'm not a U.S. Senator, is for the Republicans to vote on a rescission package that enunciates the cuts Doge has done, as opposed to allowing an unelected co-president unilaterally eviscerate the American constitutional power of the purse.
Well, the bottom line is the Republican Senate is in total obeisance to Trump. They're not going to oppose him in any way. But if they allow Trump to make the kind of drastic cuts that I greatly fear in a government shutdown, they'll be...
If they're not going to oppose him in any way, and if they do whatever he wants, and if what Trump wants is a shutdown, then why are they pushing this bill?
Culpable as well. And make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Why? Ask yourself again the question. Why does Musk and Trump and Vogt want this? Vogt already has plans on how to slash the government far worse than slashed in the CR. Much worse. Every program, every part of government would be at their disposal, their wicked disposal. So that's the problem here. It's not that the CR is good, it's horrible. And all things being equal, we should have opposed it. But the alternative being a shutdown makes things worse. And I believe this, much worse. And I believe this, I wouldn't have done this. I knew I'd get criticized. But I felt obligated for the country, for my Democratic caucus, to the people, to explain how
Have
bad...
they started voting on cloture yet? I don't think so. As soon as they do, let's pull it up and we'll watch it live.
Shutdown would be, and if we went into a shutdown and everything bad happened, I had to give people this warning.
Can I just give you for two more questions, if that's okay? One is a sort of question about strategy and dealing what I think you and I and many people watching this agree is essentially an assault on the constitutional order, and that it's
Absolutely.
This. The only thing they understand is meeting conflict with conflict. So if you look at Doug Ford in Ontario, who banged the table and said, "You're going to tariff us, I'm going to tariff you."
Great point. Hey, Chris Hayes, where's Chris Hayes? Does he follow any of you guys? Does he follow you, Chris Hayes? If Chris Hayes follows you, let me know. Let me know if Chris Hayes follows you.
We're going to put a surcharge on electricity that the only thing that gets their attention, the only thing that gets them to back down is meeting conflict with conflict. If you meet conflict with essentially managed retreat or strategic non-engagement, then they roll over it.
We are going to conflict with them on everything. On the tax cuts for the billionaires. They become a plutocracy and oligarchy. On Medicaid. We have plans to conflict them with all of that. If the shutdown occurred, we wouldn't be able to do that because they would fill up both the Senate and the discussion on whether we should cut this and not cut that, of things that they want to cut. So to have the conflict on the best grounds we have, summed up in a sentence, that they're making the middle.
Why are you giving your playbook out to the fucking public? Why? Someone help me. Why are you signaling what you're doing and why you're doing it like this? You should just be like, we're based. If you want our votes, debate with us, discuss with us, negotiate. We're done. That's what it should be. This kind of like airing out your rationale. It's like, it's so Democrat to do this and to like be honest.
Class pay for tax cuts for billionaires. It's much, much better not to be in the middle of a shutdown, which would divert people from the number one issue we have against these bastards. Sorry, these people.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Which is not only all these cuts, but they're ruining democracy. And one other thing on a shutdown.
They're ruining democracy, so we'll help them.
The courts could close or at least be totally disabled. And the courts are one of the best ways we've had to go after these guys.
Final question about just an issue of intercameral strategy. I mean, the Democrats voted en masse against this in the House. They lost only one vote, Jared Golden in Maine. I've seen a lot of House members, and across an ideological range, interestingly enough, urging the Senate to filibuster this, saying, look, this is existential about whether we control the power of the purse or not.
And that just shows how bad leadership is right now. If you have House Democrats who are pissed like this, the messaging was bad.
We cannot essentially sign off on this Doge unilateral arrogation of this power.
Yeah, look,
Do they have it wrong?
I supported what the House did to vote against this bill universally, but that didn't.
So this is also the Fetterman logic, folks. So I want to walk you through this logic because it's actually, and first we'll groom the beard a little bit here. ASMR. I know, apologizing for calling them bastards. All right. Here, this is the argument. The House, they should have stood tall against the Republicans. So if the Republicans were unable to get their house in order, the Democrats should not have bailed them out for nothing in the House. But in the Senate, if the Republicans need our vote in the Senate, we should bail them out for nothing. Why does that make sense? If it's about the existential nature of the shutdown itself, then you would think the same dynamic is at play in the House versus the Senate. But it has to be some intuition about the optics. That's what ultimately this is about. If the House would have been unable to pass on pure party lines, the Republican CR, then Schumer would be telling the Democrats to stand strong, notwithstanding all of the same concerns about them wanting a shutdown. You get me? So the only difference between why you would stand up in the House but not the Senate are the optics. The intuition about the optics, as opposed to your intuition about the consequences of an actual shutdown. Even though the leverage is the same. Stop it in the House or stop it in the Senate, right? Imagine the Democrats controlled the Senate. Would you be saying the same exact thing? House passes something and they say, this is our bill, take it or leave it. Would Chuck Schumer, Democratic majority leader in the Senate, would he be saying, yeah, we'll just do it because of our intuitions about the shutdown? Are you saying that if you controlled one branch of Congress, you would just accept any bill from the House? You guys get what I'm talking about here? So there are a couple of discrete possibilities. Either A, you don't think this bill is toxic enough, in which case, what's wrong with you? Because you're saying it's really horrible. B, you're not that concerned about the nature of the actual fundamentals of a shutdown, since you're willing to risk it in the House. And it's all about optics. Or C, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
cause a shutdown. It's different in the Senate. And I knew people were going to disagree with me, but I felt so strongly.
And he keeps, like, the way he's framing it is still weak for Democrats. Cause a shutdown. Will cause a shutdown. They're causing a shutdown.
That the shutdown would be the greatest disaster we face with these arrogant autocrats, that we had to avoid the shutdown and fight on many of the other things, every other issue that we have.
All right, Senator Chuck Schumer, who's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, announcing he will be a yes for cloture tomorrow. I imagine you will have the 6 or so other votes you need to get that over the hump.
I hope not, but he probably will. Thanks for the follow, guys. Hey, guys, appreciate your support of the stream. We're already at like 11K subs. Can y'all believe that? We got like 11K subs. And it's all because of you. It's all because of what you've done. Should we tweet at some people? Let me put on some music so we can tweet at a few people. Time to quit the law. Oh my god, you guys are crazy.
Oye, nena, vamos para la fiesta.
Warnock is based. If I weren't a preacher, I'd tell you what kind of no. Lol, based Warnock. That's what we like to see. Chucky. Okay. Oh, they have the numbers. Probably. Come on. Oh, Blumenthal's already a no. I didn't even need to call him. Rosen. We need these people on our side. We can only afford like 4 more of these people, I think. So we don't have any margin. We need to get them all over here. No's. Canada has a new prime minister. Pretty cool. All the Portnoy fans are probably pissed. Joel added me. That's illegal. Okay. I think we're good. Is that all we got right now? When are they gonna vote? Finally caught alive. What up, cat herder? What do you think about the right wing pretending that they were all swatted with no proof? I don't know anything about that. Crazy that Trudeau is doing more than our democratic apparatus right now. It's crazy that, like, we have to fight for this stuff, you know? What do you guys want to talk about? Cloture vote. When is that? Are you gonna dance to the music? Not right now. Can we fund the judiciary privately through a shutdown? Yeah, I don't know what the deals with the judiciary, but for me, it's like, I think it's all the better to put the pressure on the administration. I think voting for their shit takes the pressure off. Can you steelman the position that Dems shouldn't shut the government down? That in the cover of like night, that he can do some kind of crazy coup shit, but he can you almost have more leeway if you have more money and with the tacit approval of Congress. Can you talk about Heresitis versus Shaughnessy in the context of Khalil? I can, yeah, if you want me to. Joanna says Pete Buttigieg Substack on why he's not running for governor of Michigan. Is he running for senator? Do you have it? I can read it. So we have some options. We can read Pete Buttigieg. We could talk about Heresitis. Any updates this morning? What are we expecting? I expect Cloture to go through. I expect the CR to pass. But I'm holding out hope. Do you know how to salsa dance? A little. What if they get the Cloture vote but Trump vetoes it? He won't. Caroline Levitt's husband is 60? Oh, I didn't know that. Where will we be in 6 months when the funding runs out? Yeah, then the Democrats are just going to give up again, right? It's the same dynamics at play. You got to really focus on time here, folks. All right, so let's talk about Heresitis. And I'll pull it up, actually, for you guys to see. We'll take a little detour for legal stuff. So if you're upset by that, I'm sorry. And what it means and what it doesn't mean. Oh, you didn't think I had something to say about that, did you, whoever suggested that? Who suggested this? Hybrid Camel. You didn't think I was going to say anything about this. You thought I didn't know anything, did you? Hybrid, did you think I was going to know about this? I need you to stroke my ego just for a bit. You're shook? Right? So he's not a plant. But we'll pause the music real quick. Okay. So folks, very important when you take a look at these old as dirt cases to look at the year they're decided. Okay? So this is a case, recognize this, right? This is a case that predates the modern version of the INA. It predates the Department of Homeland Security. Seems like more and more people are going to vote no. I hope so. We don't need that many defections for them to be able to pass it. That's why. Pelosi scolded Schumer. Yeah, well, we'll see. Notice when you're looking at these old cases, the year with respect to the immigration statutes, but also with respect to the First Amendment doctrines. Okay? And what they say and what they don't say about the ultimate conclusion of the case. So, who knows why, for First Amendment purposes, heresiitis, I can never say it right. Heresiitis, I can't say it right. I think it's heresiitis. I can't fucking, someone help me out. Heresiitis? I can't ever say it. Sorry. Who knows why, for First Amendment purposes, this could be misleading? Can anyone guess? 1951. Pelosi put out a statement. What did Pelosi say? The Queen Pelosi. Let's see what she said first, and then we'll. Pelosi said, Donald Trump and Elon Musk have offered the Congress a false choice between a government shutdown or a blank check that makes a devastating assault on the well-being of working families across America. Let's be clear, neither is a good option for American people, but this false choice that some are buying instead of fighting is unacceptable. I salute leader Hakeem Jeffries for his courageous rejection of this false choice, and I'm proud of my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus for their vote against the bill. Civil war. Democratic senators should listen to the women. Cringe, Pelosi. Are we still doing this? Appropriation leaders like Rosa DeLauro and Patty Murray have eloquently presented the case that we have better choices. A 4-week funding extension to keep government open and negotiate a bipartisan agreement. America has experienced a Trump shutdown before, but this damaging legislation only makes matters worse. Democrats must not buy into the false choice, must fight back a better way. Listen to the women for the people. All right, listen to the women. Okay. But yes, based Pelosi, the Queen of Thorns has spoken. Oh, now Schumer's in trouble. We have a full-on civil war, folks. He really got outmaneuvered. Gaspies in the chat. Gaspies. Pisco Gaspies. Do. I'll take it, says Good Franklin. Yeah, base Pelosi. Good shit, Pelosi. You did one good thing. Simultaneous W and L. Let's go. Joe's going to call in. Joe, are you going to call in? Joe, you should call in just for a little bit. Just to say hi. Do, if you're still listening. Chuck is in the doghouse. He's a dog. Gaspies. Not Joe Biden. Joe Mama. Yo, did you guys see when I yo mama that one guy? He blocked me. He goes, "You've never signed any big deals before." I'm like, "I signed the most enormous deal of all time." He's like, "Oh yeah, what deal?" I'm like, "Yo mama was an enormous deal." And everyone laughed, and he blocked me. Pisco's in too good of a mood. I mean, listen, I'm telling you right now, I'm expecting the cloture to go through. Basket case got it. Finally, yeah. Brandenburg was in 69. Good shit, basket case. So try to remind yourself that we're looking at this case in a pre-Brandenburg framework. So any conclusions you draw about the First Amendment thanks for the sub. Any conclusions you draw about the First Amendment need to be tailored to that reality. That the First Amendment doctrine was greatly strengthened by Brandenburg. Joanna, why don't you come on and say hello? You get nothing. Okay, so what we really need to know about this case, and if you guys hate that we're doing this, you know who to blame. We're not doing the full thing. I'm just going to skip to the First Amendment part. The ultimate question in these three cases is whether the United States constitutionally may deport a legally resident alien because of membership in the Communist Party, which terminated before enactment of the Alien Registration Act. He was a Greek national. He took a wife. He joined the Communist Party. Joanna's sleeping. Okay. You don't want to hop on the stream just for a little? So he was like a commie guy. And then he was ordered deported. They changed the law, blah, 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 blah. So let's skip all the way to the First Amendment. Okay, let's skip to the very first amendment. Let's just Control F, First Amendment. The First Amendment is invoked as a barrier against this enactment. The claim is that in joining an organization advocating overthrow of government by force and violence, the alien has merely exercised freedoms of speech, press, and assembly, which the amendment guarantees to him. The assumption is that the First Amendment allows Congress to make no distinction between advocating change in the existing order by lawful elective processes and advocating change by force and violence. That freedom for the one includes freedom for the other, and that when teaching of violence is denied, so is freedom of speech. Our Constitution sought to leave no excuse for violent attack on the status quo by providing a legal alternative, attack by ballot. To arm all men for orderly change, the Constitution put in their hands a right to influence the electorate by press, speech, and assembly. This means freedom to advocate or promote communism by means of the ballot box, but it does not include the practice or incitement of violence. True, it often is difficult to determine whether ambiguous speech is advocacy of political methods or subtly shades into a methodical but prudent incitement to violence. Communist governments avoid the inquiry by suppressing everything distasteful. Some would have us avoid the difficulty by going to the opposite extreme of permitting incitement to violent overthrow, at least unless it seems certain to succeed immediately. We apprehend that the Constitution enjoins upon us the duty, however difficult, of distinguishing between the two. Different formulae have applied in different situations, and the test applicable to the Communist Party has been stated too recently to make further discussion at the time profitable. Cite Dennis. Okay? We think the First Amendment does not prevent the deportation of these aliens. So this case helps me. This case helps Khalil, all right? Why does this case help Khalil? The assumption, right? They're applying at the time what at the time was normal First Amendment principles to aliens, right? They're not saying the First Amendment does not apply to aliens. They're applying the First Amendment to the communist alien. They're not saying the alien has, here I'm using the statutory term. I wouldn't use the term alien in like common parlance, but I'm just using it because that's the term in the statute, okay? They're not using saying that the First Amendment has no purchase on aliens or decisions of deportation. They're saying using normal First Amendment principles, this advocate of communism did so through, violent means, applying the normal First Amendment principles of the day, which was the Dennis system. Now, Dennis has been overturned by Brandenburg. Okay? So we don't have Dennis anymore. We have Brandenburg. But the key holding here is the court, in applying the First Amendment to this claim, is intrinsically, by implication, stating, or not stating, but by implication, acknowledging that the First Amendment applies to deportations of aliens. You get me? So does that make sense, folks? So even though in this case, the First Amendment did not prevent the deportation of these aliens, they did so by applying the standard First Amendment principles that existed at the time. And they did so about 10 or so years, 20 years before Brandenburg. They didn't say that heresiitis and all these other people didn't have First Amendment rights. They said the First Amendment right of it doesn't extend as far as incitement. And what they did was incitement. But today we wouldn't see that as incitement because they have a different case law on it. So this is, I think, positive case law that helps bolster Mahmoud Khalil's case and vindicate me. Does that make sense, folks? You guys following? See the nuance there? This is why you tune into the stream. You get all sorts of different cool things. You get music. You get legal knowledge and base democratic politics. Hybrid Camel. Did you like that, Camel? Did I impress you, Camel? You didn't think I was going to have that prepared, Camel. Thank you for the... Camel, admit, you didn't think I would have that point prepared. Wow. He knew about this case and was able to defend his position with this random case. Everybody, yes, I am that guy. The vote is in 1 hour. Call senators now. I already called. I gave everything. I thought I did not. I thought you would live react. Yeah, I knew exactly where to go, didn't I? Feels good to be the best. We should make Cuba the 51st state. We should make Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. My heart's devotion. Let it sink into the ocean. I didn't say that. That's just the song. Quit huffing your own farts. I need you to acknowledge my brilliance. Where are we at? Chat, call your senators. Will you leave the party if the CR passes? No. Call them. Make sure you're calling your senators. Never stop calling your senators. Keep calling them. The best in the business. Oh, Sharpie's in the chat. What up, Sharp? Always the hurricanes blowing. 5 calls. Call them all. You called Schumer and Fetterman, emailed them too. It's going to pass. Get used to losing, says Sharpie. I already think it's going to pass, but I'm not going to stop fighting for your right to party. Dick Durbin is not having a stance. Oh, someone needs to get to Durbin. What is it with dicks? But I guess Blumenthal's on the right path. Boop-a-doo. Always the population growing. What the fuck is up with this EU-friendly stream? Yo, we're here to support the based Democrats, the strong Democrats, those who want to fight MAGA, not surrender to MAGA. That's what we're here to do. And we just got word from the Queen of Thorns, Nancy Pelosi herself, condemning Chuck Schumer. Just kidding. Praising Hakeem Jeffries. which that might be too far, but at least he cape. Guys, I can't talk. It's too early. He kept his coalition together, which is more than I can say for Schumer. Pisco, for real, are you planning to run for office at some point in your life? I'm not going to discount it. I just don't know if I could get any votes. People will be like, who's this weirdo on the mic? Is bipartisanship just a thing of the past? No, we had Joe Biden preside over excellent bipartisanship initially. But then he went and lost his damn mind. You have my vote. Thank you, Incognito. Oh, tomato. Do I have all of your votes? Thanks, Ben Ross. Jeffries is based on votes and whipping. His messaging is just ass. Extreme MAGA Republicans own the government shutdown. I actually like the hand gestures. I think he does good on those. Some people don't like the way he talks. I have had big issues with him in recent days. Pisco, is this a grift right now that you are poor? It's not a grift. I don't care about my cruddy sweatshirt. Pisco, you're framing yourself horribly. They'll say, who is this cool ass lawyer? He's so based. Meryl, you can't vote because you're in the Netherlands? That's where you're wrong. Because my platform is going to advocate for the Kingdom of the Netherlands to become the greatest 51st state. And it'll be the most amazing thing. Netherlands doesn't make sense as a independent country, but as a 51st state, there will be no tariffs. He's just an Obama copycat. Peaceful campaign slogan. Do you support me? Yes or no? Answer! Thank you, Josiah. Thank you very much for the vote of confidence. You know, Josiah, he's not a rich man. Okay? Josiah probably makes from his streams and videos $1,000 a month. And so really, in terms of net contribution to the stream, Josiah is, as a poor man, contributing more than any of you. I don't know why I just said that. I literally have no idea why that went through my head. Josiah's a great guy. Appreciate it. Joanna, I think all allies that contribute significantly to the U.S. should get a vote. True. I think Australia should get a vote. You know why I said that, Josiah? Because someone in my comments made me get in my feels. They're like, why did Josiah tell Pisco to shut up? And clearly Pisco was hurt by it. Now, I wasn't actually hurt by it. But as I thought about it, I thought about the level of disrespect for you to tell me, you know, that I'm shit and that I should shut up. I'm not good. I'm very bad. I swear Pisco was on drugs today. He's too happy. I'm not happy, or I'm never happy. I'm just a happier person in the middle of the day. And maybe I'm also on caffeine. What time is the vote? I think it's in let them make. Thank you for the $20 super chat. The devil. Give the devil his due. Devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was looking to make a deal. Thank you, devil. $20. The vote is in an hour. Okay, we got an hour to just kill some time. Pisco gone off the iced coffees. Listen, ice cold brews. Don't do me the disrespect, the disservice of thinking I drink iced coffee. I told you to shut up because I was quoting Joanna, says Josiah. Listen, I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm just telling you what someone said in the replies. They're like, and they spelled Josiah with a O. Josiah. Didn't understand that. Countdown timer in the corner would be so cool. Wait, how do I do that? And they yell, fire in the rim, devil's in the house of the rising sun. Pick it up, oh. Do this. Wow, you guys didn't think I could do it. Wait, I can't do it. What the fuck? Oh, it's the old one. Oops. Johnny said, "You're pretty good, old son." And then something else happened. Let me show you how it's done. All right, copy. Do one of these, one of those, one of these. What do I do? Scripts. Duration. What do you think? An hour? Minutes? 60 minutes? Okay. It looks like shit. I'm surprised I was able to do this. Should I change the color? Yellow is the color of my energy. Or is it amber? Do. You should collab with Hutch for the vote. He should be on pretty soon. All my homies fuck with Hutch. Except Hutch and I have been going at it, huh? Actually, did you guys see on Live and Learn? Whatever my heart desires, it's amber. Thank you for that. Did you guys see on Live and Learn when Josiah started talking shit to Hutch and like yelling at him? And usually Josiah's like yelling at me. Why doesn't Josiah yell at Econo Boy? We need to make sure there's more feuds and it's not just me. Because I had my feud with Econo Boy over certain things. And I'm always bickering with Josiah. And then I'm always throwing stuff at Hutch. But we need to make sure Econo Boy's getting into other... just to keep things lively. The countdown to the end of the Pisco. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. The Pisco hour thing is like... I just do it as long as I want. The Hutch versus everyone shit last week was pretty funny. All right. Let me put on some music while I need to ponder. I just need to ponder just for a little bit. So let me ponder. Boy is sacred. The law is sacred. All right, I pondered enough. Just give Hutch more time. He will become an actual leftist. Do you guys consider me a leftist? I don't understand that label. Or do you think I'm a dirty, dirty lib? Invites SDL. Is that socialism done left? Why not Pisco's World? Oh, that's kind of funny. Econoboy takes on the MAGA morons in BC in your Discord on behalf of everyone. Wait, are you in my Discord, Gen X? I don't even, right now I don't have eyes on my Discord. Listen, a lot of things are being set up. Joanna says, I'm absolutely not a leftist. What would it take for me to get the credential of leftist? You're not a real lawyer. University of America Samoa, for Christ's sakes. What a joke. Good evening, Commissioner. It's only $5, chat. $5. You're a lib and Pondering is a leftist. Wow, that's interesting. So do you think I'm less left than Pondering? AOC's a lib? I'm all in on AOC. Does that make me a leftist? Is all we can do keep calling our senators? Well, we can do other things, but we're not allowed to talk about it here. Oh, I forgot. You voted for Bernie. You're in. I did vote for Bernie twice. Once in 2016 and once in 2020. And then I wrote him in the general in 2024. Just kidding. I'll never forget you for not liking my response to you on Blue Sky quoting Chuck McGill. I don't remember that malfunction. I have a lot of fans. Do you believe in worker co-ops or syndicalist-sized unions? I think unions are... I'll just say unions are interesting to me. I would have to hear you argue about tax rates. I think taxes should be free. As in, I should be free from taxes and the rich. I can't talk today, folks. And the rich should have to pay them all. I'm not implying any violence. Stop it. Just stop. I love our Democratic senators. They're going to come through for us. Bumpy in Space says, I'm Canadian too. Lamau. Leftists in my mind usually support socialism, communism, whereas liberals support capitalism and social democracies. I just support cheap eggs. That's what I support. What up, Anne Frank? What up, Flex? Hello. What can we do to pass the time? I really didn't think about when I planned this stream. Should we like talk some more shit maybe? No one cares, bro. We'll just see. No one cares, bro. You betrayed your country, man. Why you standing Trump? Do 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 do. Better do. Wow, Mary Trump supports AOC. Based on my DMs today, a large number of federal workers are livid with the Senate Minority Leader. Hell yeah.
You're gonna fight. You're a mother. You have a beautiful family, and you're an American. This is your home.
Yeah.
But libs actually don't believe that, and they fled.
Why did you post this? You sound like a moron. Do 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 do. Beto, thank you, Beto.
The Canadians are taking such umbrage at these comments coming from the president. Is that something?
The Canadian government has made their position, how they feel about it, clear. The president has made his argument as to why he thinks Canada would be better off joining the United States for economic purposes.
God,
there's a disagreement.
If I ever look like this husk of a man with dead eyes, shoot me in the face. Is this Ukrainian Anna? Hell no on Cloture. Fuck yeah. Guys, are we building momentum? Did we do this? Did I do this? Did I save America? But if this actually fucks us up, then I take no responsibility. I take no responsibility if this is a big mistake. Just kidding. It's not a mistake, guys. Would I ever support something that's a mistake? Hutch, I'm live. Schumer betrays the party and the party revolts. The Senate will be voting on the partisan Republican budget coming up here in just a little bit. Unclear if it passes. Oh, wow. Look at this dog. You're weary of Peters. His office takes no calls ever. Ooh. Come on, this is boring. What do you want me to do? I don't have anything to do. I didn't plan for this. Scenes when Langford votes no after the call you gave him. Hutch is live. Go watch Hutch. Are you advertising for Hutch on my stream? Why don't you go marry Hutch? Who is this Hutch guy anyway? Wait, should we call Hutch? New York Times crossword? I guess I could. Yo, Emma is like dangerously based. I don't know why you guys hate her. We love Emma. Can I call Hutch? Will he say yes? Call Hutch. Hutch can come to you. It's a two-way street, bruh. Wait, let me open up my Discord. Wait, I just gotta make sure it doesn't come up real quick. Just give me a sec. I just want to make sure I'm leaking any logs. Boo-doo-doo. Oh. It wouldn't have been bad. Let me message Hutch. He has like a Gandalf avatar. Yo. Play Call of Duty? Why don't you play Call of Duty? We play Fortnite in this household. I'm Gandalf the White. Wait, do you guys want to know the best scene of all time? Will I get copyright struck for this? Fuck it, I'm gonna risk it. You already know it. You probably already know it. Guys, this is the best scene. For everyone who doubts my taste, bring me back. He's the lord of all horses. We used to be a civilization. God damn, what happened? That score, I know the score is so crazy. Is it James Howard? You want to visit New Zealand? Dumbledore and the Hippogriff? Dumbledore and the Hippogriff? What are you talking about? Sam, I'm going to Mordor alone. Of course you are. And I'm coming with you. I can also talk to Loner Box. Howard Shore. What did I say? James Howard? Who's James Howard? Howard Shore. We used to be someone, man. And then you had to go and lose your damn mind. I know, you can't compare. You really can't compare. You're stopping for a wellness check? See you soon. Ah! Your back falls. I just want to see this fucking. All right, let's listen to Schumer for a little bit. This is what he said yesterday.
Americans who rely on federal programs to feed their families,
just while I do
to access medical care, and to stay financially afloat. Communities that depend on government services to function will suffer, and suffer greatly. This week, Democrats offered a sensible way out. Fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs. Republicans rejected this proposal outright. Why did they reject it? Because Donald Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending. He isn't the first president who wants this, but he's the first president to cower his party into submission.
Oh, Jola, do you want to...
So that Republican rejection...
Jola, you want to say hi? Do you want to say hi, Jola? We can say hi. We can say hi. Where's your DMs? Yo. Sup? All right, I'm gonna call you. Can I call you? Wait, let me make sure my settings are right. I'm gonna talk to Jola. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yo, 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 what up,
Howdy.
Jola?
Nothing much. How are you, man?
Good, man. How are you? I feel like you're about to either blow up a gas station or leave the Democratic Party every time I talk to you.
Yeah, well, the big issue right now, I just wanted to say, because I heard, I forget, the Midas Touch, I believe they were talking, or was it Pod Save America? They're talking to someone from Tony Blair's era in the Labor Party, and they're talking about how, like, Democrats sort of view public opinion as a glacier, and we just accept the terms no matter what, and there's zero work at all. It's a slow-moving glacier. We have to follow the route that the glacier carved out. We can't really alter the course of it. We just have to, like, stay the course.
True.
And, like, hopefully influence it in very minor ways, but there's zero effort at all in the party to change narratives, to do counter narratives, counter propaganda. Meanwhile, we have literal Russian and Chinese bot farms to fight us. So
it's so true, and I hate this chasing mentality and taking for granted. And you even heard it in some of the things that Schumer was saying, where he's like, "We'll be blamed for it, and you know, we will cause a shutdown." I can't cause a shutdown. Even the way they frame it is accepting that we already lost. And that we couldn't shape our own narrative. So I totally agree that, like, whereas I see a lot of Republicans pushing the edge and really trying to make their own glaciers, or make their own, I don't know, icebergs, whatever the fucking analogy is. You can know it better than me. It feels like Democrats are constantly taking things as givens and working within a box.
yeah, I feel like the unwillingness to make an argument for anything at all is what's killing our democracy the most. It's not anything procedural. Right now, we're living in I feel like we all need to look at this as a post-constitutional moment. We really are in that. There basically is no constitution without the public putting the public support behind what the Constitution means, what it stands for. And in order to restore that order, it's not going to be making arguments on behalf of law and the Constitution and procedure and, you know, how America is focused on the constitutional republic putting law above all else. It's going to be people who care about those things getting more influence and becoming more popular through other means. That's not going to be the way we get popular. And I'm happy to see the Democratic account on Twitter shift their style a little bit. Instead of posting 5 million word essays for messaging, they're doing some more,
I love that.
Snappy one-liners.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Minor evolution.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
I'm just thinking about who's working these offices. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like that is something that the Republicans started doing 5 years ago, and it feels like we just started now being snappy. Some of the memes are a little bit not as good, but some are pretty good, and so I can commend the Democrats when they do something right. But it feels like it takes forever for them to fucking learn that they're in a new environment. You call it post-constitutional. I think if we're not there, we're close to there. And we need to stop operating within this framework that, it's all about the next election. It's all about, we need to start picking our battles now and having some urgency.
Well, even on like trans sports, I see Slotkin, for example, go on CNN and they ask about trans sports and she like pauses. She looks like a deer in the headlights. Like, well, I played sports for I did three sports in high school, so I respect women's sports. Literally, just say.
I think they'd be
okay,
ready.
For trans athletes, we need to have guidelines and rules. But that does not mean we should discriminate against trans people. Case closed. Let's move on to a different topic. Say something strong. And by the way, like, it does make sense to have some type of regulation. It does.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to appeal to anyone's logic, Democrat, Republican, regardless of what political party it is. If someone transitions, for both trans men and trans women and trans girls and trans boys, it is a safety thing for trans men as well. Or, going into football or something. It might not be the best thing to do in 1 or 2 days, especially because we're talking about competitive sports. There should be guidelines for competitive sports, but we should encourage co-ed leagues. Now they're banning co-ed sports. We've had co-ed for volleyball and co-ed for basketball and co-ed for all these different sports on college campuses and high schools and U14 leagues or 14U leagues forever. And now they want to ban co-ed leagues. So it's insane how much regression we're actually taking.
It's crazy. For IM sports, we had to have girls on our team for some of the IMs I played in college. But I totally agree. Like, whatever your answer is to that question, you know that this is a question that you need to have an answer for. It's insane to me that we have all of these talking points that have been available and have been part of the MAGA talking, playbook or whatever for years, and we still don't have answers at the ready. Like, you should not be searching for an answer to that question. Kamala Harris should not feel like she's answering these types of questions for the first time during our interviews. Like, is it too much to ask that there's a little bit more flexibility and awareness of what the MAGA talking points are? It shouldn't be tripping anybody up at this point.
Yeah, and I always say as well, if you're gonna be a bad advocate for trans issues, I'd rather you just like plead the fifth. Like, don't say anything at that point, because if you're gonna be a weak advocate and look insecure and look like not confident at all, that's gonna hurt public opinion even more for trans people. If you're a bad trans advocate, just don't answer the question at that point. If you're gonna be leading the Democratic Party, providing the State of the Union rebuttal, and you're not prepared for simple answers to simple questions, I don't care if the party leadership is not giving you guidance. We need some independence in some way in the Democratic Party, because we're not gonna united. We're falling divided and united. We're like united in our failures. We're like bound to this terrible leader, like a veteran, like a 55-year-old vet on like an NBA or NFL team that refuses to retire, but he's getting paid the max salary from his like prime, and now he's like killing the entire team and the entire franchise because we can't dump his contract. And now our entire franchise is doomed to fail because we have Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah.
Is Schumer your equivalent of the max contract vet?
By the way, when is the last time Nancy Pelosi did a political debate?
I didn't know she ever did any.
I think the last time she did a debate, and Shaq can fact check me. And by the way, on YouTube, Joel Talks Politics.
Yeah, Joel Talks Politics. Sorry, I didn't show you. Yeah, everyone should follow. He's blowing up.
Someone find when Nancy Pelosi's last debate was, because I think, let me see, last Nancy Pelosi debate, because I have a feeling it was in the 80s. And if she did not debate for political office in 40-something years, I don't know why we're listening to her. I mean, there's definitely things to love about Pelosi, but I don't know why we're listening to leaders of the party who are exclusively from California and New York, who are like, you hear these criticisms about like Justice Democrats not winning contested seats. What about party leadership? All of our party leadership is from super blue districts, and they never get the same criticism.
Yeah, and they're fucking dinosaurs. You hate Jeffries.
Oh, did you see the video of him talking with the sunglasses on?
No. Is it good? Should I watch it?
In terms of cool, I am kid. Yeah, in terms of cool, I am kid. And the dangerous MAGA Republicans with our institutional values. It's like, oh my goodness, bro. Like, please. I think he's just wired like that, though. I think he might be paid opposition. I don't know by who, but maybe even just by I don't know. He's paid opposition, and he's bad enough to be considered paid opposition in my brain, even if he's not paid. I don't know why Pelosi chose him. I don't see the dog at all. There's no bark. There's no bark or bite at all. It's all just concessions and conceding and looking weak. And it really is. I've said this before as well. It's not only in terms of fighting for government, but like Democrats are watching that we need to be organizing, knocking on doors, and sending this message and spreading like social media posts. And it makes you not want to wake up in the morning to see Chuck Schumer's and Hakeem Jeffries as the leaders of the party talking to you. Like no one wants to see that. It's a violation of my constitutional rights to be offended. Like that's enough to be I don't even know. That's a call to just like depression. Like they just want us to be depressed every day. These are the leaders I put in charge of the party if they wanted to demobilize all possible public support. And meanwhile, the only person standing up to lead the charge is the independent senator that's a Democratic socialist. And finally, Tim Walz is following suit, which I do think Tim Walz has potential in the future politically, because now he's actually really mad. And hopefully he's not going to make the same mistakes campaigning like he did with the Harris campaign. But yeah, it's really, I don't know. I'm happy to see AOC. She's going to be joining Bernie soon. So hopefully she can like get some of the momentum as well that he has right now, since he's going to be turning 90-10, like 90 million years old.
Yeah.
In a day.
I'm scared he might run for president again.
Honestly, he could still shoot a basketball. Like
Bro,
are you against age limits?
I'm principally not against age limits. I don't know. What about you? You're against them?
Yeah, I feel like I'm against them. I'm more for mandating that Congress people share their financials. Like Mike Johnson has hid his for like 10 years. Super shady. There should be huge public shame. Whenever a Democrat talks, they should say, by the way, Mike Johnson is hiding his financials from you. It's because he's super corrupt, and until he reveals his information, he is paid off by huge donors that want to destroy your family. Like every time they talk, they should remind people Mike Johnson hides his tax information, hides his financials, so we can't see where he's getting dark money from. Like make these accusations because they don't show it. Like meanwhile, Democrats report everything, and they still accuse AOC of being worth $200 million. But yeah.
Wait, what? They do? Who does that?
Yes. If every caller into my show believes AOC is worth like 50 million, 100 million.
See, Jola has his finger on the pulse. 100
million, like
you have the finger on the pulse because you have an actual number that conservatives call, and so you know what they're saying. Boomers and normies.
But you have to tell them what to Google. They all say we gave over $300 billion to Ukraine. And I'm like, okay, Google these exact words. They Google it, they look it up. They see the actual number, which is like 1/3 of that. They see the EU gave more money, and they say, okay, have a nice day, and they hang up. They cannot admit they're wrong, but we still need to be like, hey, buddy, good job. I appreciate, and I saw you the other night taking callers. Like it is like, oh, good job, buddy. You were able to poop in the toilet for the first time. I do appreciate that. Now we're gonna focus on wiping next. You know?
Dude, it really sometimes feels like that. I don't know.
Whenever Donald Trump does the diaper shit dance and they yell like a baby's doing a dance for the first time, like, yeah, you look so good, buddy. When that dumbass diaper shit dance Trump does, when he shits his diaper,
when he
tries to get his balls unstuck from his leg by shifting side to side. Yeah, the double jerk off motion.
Wait,
yeah, that whole combo right there. Oh,
did you ever see the Piers Morgan where he's like, everyone do the dance now, and it was like Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, Dave Rubin, and he was like, he wanted everyone to do the dance on a segment of Piers Morgan. Did you see that? It was maybe one of the cringe, and they had to cut the music because they didn't have the rights to it. But no, that dance is one of the cringiest fucking things that he does. Besides, just being himself. No, it was super cringe.
I told someone. Just one more thing really quick before I go into the darkness. Okay, so I was talking to someone, I forget what it was about, but I said the word Nancy Pelosi talking about January 6th, and they're like, ooh, Nancy Pelosi, it was her fault. She said it was her fault. She said it was her fault. And I'm like, bro, you know what a dog does when you say, let's go for a walk? You sound like that dog. Why are you such a fanboy? Like, calm down.
True.
Do you have any independent thought? Are you just like a wind-up toy that has to repeat talking points? Holy shit. It's like your AI bot that just like detected I said a keyword, and now you have to do some type of weird action. Like, shut up, you dumb dog.
Have you gotten AI debaters? Have you gotten people who just do ChatGPT while they're talking to you?
Well, if you mention like Starlink enough, or if you mention like Elon Musk companies, you end up getting a bunch of bots in chat. They say space alien.x or something. So they like bombarded my stream with those bots, but nothing like nothing voice wise. I don't think, at least. There's kids that call in sometimes. The kids might be voice changers. I don't know.
Damn. Someone told me to ask you about Amy Klobuchar. What's your take?
They say don't ask and don't tell. So I'm going to do both of those things. Amy Klobuchar is a very nice woman. And I hope she has a very successful political career, very young. She has many years ahead of her, many years ahead of her. She has a very long prime, like LeBron James times Michael Jordan prime.
Well, I don't have the feeling that you're holding back. Why are you holding back?
Well, if I didn't hold back, I'd start barking by accident, so I can't really do that.
Damn, bro. All right, give me some fucking who should be Senate Democratic leader? I would pick Chris Murphy. What about you? Or you're done with all of them? You'd pick Sanders.
I like John Ossoff a lot. I feel like John Ossoff or like Raphael Warnock. I feel like it'd be nice to have one of them in charge. Actually, in a competitive state, won close races. John Ossoff is a dog. So is Raphael Warnock. Warnock's a little bit softer than Ossoff, but they definitely have their own vision and their own like political philosophy that I think would be super beneficial for Democrats. I like them a lot. I'd probably say. I mean, I think Cory Booker would probably be closer, or like Klobuchar would be closer as far as like leadership is concerned. For seniority, maybe they'll never choose like Elizabeth Warren, but I could see it being like Cory Booker. He has a lot of ties in the party, but Amy Klobuchar is also she'd probably be next up, I'm guessing.
I would love to see someone like Klobuchar or Murphy. Really, what I want is Murphy, but I would be okay with Ossoff or Warnock. I would be worried that they lose their seat, but maybe being the leader would help them win their seat. You know, I assume
it's like it's like dropping an ice cube in boiling water. Like they just they suppress all of our movements. We just need someone who's not a stop measure to what our momentum is. Like you have an exciting day, then you hear Hakeem Jeffries talk, and you start moonwalking backwards. You start sliding back down the hill. You know.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know, and I'm glad that he's standing up for the vote, though. I don't know what, like, I think you would agree with me that whatever the strategy is, the fact that they haven't worked it out internally is fucking embarrassing. Everyone's laughing. Like, MAGA's laughing at the disorganized and chaotic state of this whole crisis.
Well, MAGA's rules in the morning when they get their like marching orders is literally just like go and shit on the floor and laugh at people. So it's easy for them. Like the press secretary, Caroline, leave it alone. Like she literally, in her response to the AP reporter, when he's like, by the way, importers pay the tariffs. Like the other countries don't pay. She's like, how dare you question my economic knowledge? Now I know that I regret giving AP a question. It's like, if you think that's any sign of strength, you're literally a beta. You're the definition of a beta. That's why they call people betas, because they know they are betas.
Benny, whatever his name is it Johnson? Benny, whatever the Russian bot is. He's like, wow, owned, AP owned. It's like, why?
Yeah, and it's like social, like Trump does this too. It's like, where are you from? Where are you reporting from? Oh, of course you're reporting from them. Social credit score, downvoted. Like every time. It's so pathetic baby shit. Like the way they can skirt through questions without answering a single one. I feel like that's the whole movement we need in America. It's just a confident, it's now cool to be a dumb boy, a dumb boy and a dumb girl, and also a dumbass. So yeah, that whole like movement away. That's why Vivek cut out of Doge, because he made the post about American white culture.
Oh my God, everything's high school, bro. They're all like, oh, we need less bullies, less jocks, we need more mathletes. Everything is said in terms of like, I don't know, in terms of high school shit, and being popular and not being like. Vivek's whole shtick there was one of the most tone deaf fucking posts I've ever even heard of. And now he's running for governor of Ohio. I wonder if the people of Ohio will elect him. I don't put it past him. It's a pretty MAGA
Ohio
state.
usually uses one of those like Family Guy things. You know, the Family Guy where they check to see like skin pigment and then like terrorist or not.
Are you saying Ohio's
they use
racist?
that meme to vote, so I don't know. No, I'm just saying that they have a bias against people that look like Vivek, and that's not good. And Vivek knows that, and Vivek was told that to his face by multiple conservative commentators, and he's like, it's okay, I'll listen, I'll follow along. And that's really sad for everything. And you see like white supremacists, like literal, what's that one congressman's name that is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter? He's the literal
Brandon something?
Like ban gay marriage again.
Is it Brandon something?
Gil boy, the Gil boy, the fishy. He smells like he looks like a fish.
He smells. You smelled him before.
Multiculturalism killing America. I guess see his greasy ass hair, and he's like, multiculturalism's killing America. It's like, okay, Adolf, like Jesus, you're literally married to someone who is not like ethnically white in America. So like, I don't know what they do that a lot,
in the chat. Pepe's in the chat.
Like not ethnically pure enough for me, honey. It's like, goodness.
The Ann Coulter clip with Vivek still amazes me. Says stick. Oh, where she's like, I wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian, of course. And he's like, okay. So cucked. They really do hate him because he's brown. Wait, did he really say I
Yeah, and what
respect
you said
that?
about the
No way he said that.
Oh yeah, he did.
Fuck. Imagine being so cucked.
Hey, that's intersectionality right there. He knows that he fits in the class scale, so he doesn't need to worry about the race as much.
True.
Intersectionality for a win. Conservatives pay attention to those issues. Like if you look at the trans posts from like conservatives on Facebook, it's like conservatives post like 50 million times a month about trans issues, and actually like the LGBT plus community posts like 1 million times about it. It's like, why does everyone keep talking about trans issues? It's everywhere. It's like, yeah,
'Cause
you
they
guys are
follow,
waking up and
yeah.
scaring yourselves. I hope there's not a mirror in your room where you're gonna shit yourself when you wake up every morning. Holy crap, they scare so easily. Like, calm down for a second. Take a look at the world.
My
buddy.
favorite
What
are
you
the-
said about the high school
Go ahead.
cafeteria is so true. Yeah.
My favorite are the
just
influencers that like are so easily charmed by access. The libs of TikTok, DC Drano people, who are literal. Hang on, I'm gonna put on streamer mode so my Discord sounds don't bother the good people of the stream. Who are like literal propagandists and stooges, but they're just so like they will never criticize the administration, and just seeing them with their little binders after the Pam Bondi release of the Epstein files was so delicious to see them all shat on and being called complicit and in on it and shills and all that shit. That brought a tear to my eye.
Oh no. Russian state television snuck into the Oval Office. Whoops. That was like I just can't do it. The libs of TikTok, I'm pretty sure the founder is Russian as well. I'm not sure if she's tied to Russia at all, but she is Russian
she?
and Jewish. Yeah, and a former real estate agent. They're all former real estate people, all of them, and they all invest.
What is it with real
cryptocurrencies,
estate?
Like Scottie Pippen from the Chicago Bulls. Scottie Pippen is a Trump Elon Musk guy because he has a crypto coin.
Wait, is he really?
Yeah, look at if you look at Scottie Pippen's Twitter, and I saw him support Elon Musk and Trump on Twitter. I'm like, he definitely has a crypto coin. 'Cause
Is
if you see
Scottie
any, like,
Pippen's
especially black athlete or rapper?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I think there's a delay. My bad. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
On there you go, like Snoop Dogg and like every performer that you see push it, whether it's like Kid Rock or any of, they all have shit coins, all of them.
Because Trump is like, yeah, we're not going to do any enforcement of crime against crypto or meme coins. Crime is legal now. Isn't Scottie Pippen's ex-wife either dating or married to Michael Jordan's son? Is that true?
Yeah, why do all the really rich people inbreed with each other? Like I noticed that too with that guy dating Suzua's daughter. It's like what's going on? Like, they all
Sazua
date each
or
other, and
Swazi?
even, like Jared Kushner. Swazi. Is his name Swazi? I say his name wrong. Oh no. No, I'm racist.
Bro. No, it's cool. No, Swazi really pissed me off with his vote for.
No one ever corrected me.
He voted to censure Al Green.
I can't remember Congress because it says his name wrong.
Bro.
Actually, no, I said Dinesh D'Souza, the financial defrauder guy. That guy. Not the other
D'Souza.
guy. Is that his name?
Dinesh D'Souza.
Dinesh.
Yeah.
D'Souza. Yeah. Yeah.
He's
not
like,
Swazi, yeah. I had it right. I'm not racist anymore. I did it.
You know, if you really weren't racist, you'd be able to name every single female of color in Congress. Go. Can you name 6?
Dude, why would you do that to me? Why would you ever? I can't name one white person in Congress.
Lie.
Because according to Trump, apparently, people can just be like Jewish. Well, not Jewish anymore, like Schumer's, but he could actually be Palestinian. And then Schumer's will be like, "I'm sorry, Trump, for questioning you," and give him a win on a budget the next day.
Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, he called him a Palestinian like a day before he cucked out to Trump.
My biggest argument for letting them have all the funding is that they're going to do it regardless, and Democrats are terrible right now. And if Democrats do anything at all, I'd rather them shut up. Like when it comes to the Carville quote of like playing dead, that only makes sense if your party is so ineffective. So if Schumer's and Jeffries are going to lead the party and all the messaging, then it gives me less confidence that the Democrats can win the propaganda over like the government shutdown. Considering like the right-wing propaganda machine was able to switch public sentiment on Zelensky literally 40 points in 1 week in the Republican Party. It went from like a +10 for Zelensky to like a -30 in like 1 week. And it's insane how good their propaganda machine is. I just don't think Democrats can combat it. So like the blame, it would still be placed on Trump because you can only like cry wolf for so long. But it's just so hard when we have this leadership right now.
I hear you. I just think now is a reckoning moment that like going down this path, how disorganized, how badly thought out everything is, it needs to be a wake up call for Dems that our leaders aren't doing it for us. Folks, if you have a C-SPAN
That's
link
the
or
best silver lining of this. Yeah.
yeah, and I hope the Democrats take it seriously. It's untenable. At a certain point, it's untenable. And it looks like there's some strong opposition. I mean, like Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are in a civil war right now in front of the country. I mean, that can't be good. Now, Pelosi probably shouldn't even be in Congress. But what'd you say?
Yeah. Oh, if they're gonna be retired, same thing with Bernie too. You need to give that influence to someone younger for sure. But you said the C-SPAN link. Do they have it live right now?
I'm not sure. If you guys have a live link to the vote, I just want to get to the vote and everything else is gravy. If you guys have a link, just let me know. Otherwise, we can just chill for a little bit. Hey, but like, yeah, bro. At some point, once I get my schedule worked out, we should talk about having some kind of weekly. I think we talked about it before, but I do still want it for us to, do some weekly shit. I just, it's been a little hectic, personal stuff and other shit, but I still have my intentions about that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, best of luck reacting to the amazing decisions that'll be happening today.
Yeah, I know, bro.
In the White House within a year from now.
Yeah, dude. Hey, thank you for chatting with me for a bit. You guys should all follow Joel Talks Politics on YouTube. He absolutely, I think, in terms of rhetoric and just being a kind of more reasonable voice, I think you all should follow him, and I'll definitely want to collab with him in the future.
Yeah, thank you. And imagine like a combination between like David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski. That's where I sit politically, like a combination of both of their styles at different times. So I mean, two like somewhat effective communication styles, and I'll grow up someday. I'm only like 12 years old, but I will grow up.
Wait, how old are you?
Running for Congress next year. I'm 25. I'm
Oh,
actually looking
shit,
at running
you're
for
young.
Congress possibly.
Oh fuck, where would you run?
Yeah.
Or do you don't reveal that?
In a 65-35 Trump district in Pennsylvania. Well, that's the thing though. It's kind of hard to not dox yourself if you run for Congress.
Yeah,
but I mean,
true.
I think I want to do it because I look at AOC and I'm like, yeah, AOC is like cool and I'm cool, so like I could win. Easy.
Hey, man.
I mean, getting on a ballot would be fun. Just organizing and messaging would be super fun for sure.
We'll definitely get everyone behind you.
Hell yeah, everyone here is gonna move. We're gonna make sure we bring everyone in.
We're gonna go canvassing.
We're gonna bring. I the idea. That's what I mean. We could just move like 50,000 people to Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and win the entire country. It's
True.
that easy. We could just have buses full of people. Like we need to all come together with all the rich liberals need to pay for us to move to these states now to take over the entire country. It's so easy. Like we could just have just take New York. We could take like I don't know 20% of New York's population and flip like 10 states in Middle America. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, thanks for having me on. Have a great rest.
Of course. Thanks a lot, man. Talk soon. Peace. Oh, that was fun. I feel like there's always a little bit of a delay when I call him. I wonder if that's his internet or something. Folks, I'm going to try to find a live stream. How does IRI do this? He does this all the time. He does these kinds of things. And why would you go with me when IRI has so much experience? Maybe C-SPAN has like a non-YouTube link? Live online today. It's just yapping right now. Oh, wow.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Madam President, I have made no secret of my opposition to this bill. For weeks, I have been warning about the real dangers of a year-long CR like the one that has come before us from the House Republicans. But before I talk about those dangers and why I will be voting no on cloture and on final passage, I want my colleagues to hear what I have
Not
to
live
say.
yet? Oh, it's
But
not
I
live?
do hope that they've joined me in voting no. I want to talk for a moment about how we did get here.
Simplify
Because
contract.
I fear some members of Republican leadership
Don't be alarmed.
may need a history lesson. The fact of the matter is, the only reason we are staring down a shutdown deadline halfway into this fiscal year is because the House Republicans decided to kick the can down the road with a major punt, and because they have repeatedly walked away from the table. This is just the historical record. We were all here for it. We saw what happened. Perhaps it's worth ticking through it once more, because I'll admit it can get easy to lose track of all that has happened.
It's scheduled
over
for
the last
1:15. We'll
few
probably
months,
be late.
and just
yeah.
how many times House Republicans made a deal just to break it in recent years. So I want to give a refresher. It's been a while as my time as a preschool teacher, but I guess school's back in session. Because I'm not going to let anyone get away with ignoring how Republicans forced us to the edge of a shutdown today. Remember, last year, after a bruising FY24 process in which House Republicans made one ridiculous demand after the next and caused one delay after the other, as Appropriations Chair, I worked hard alongside my colleagues, including Senator Collins, who's here today.
I don't have any more analysis for y'all.
Within our committee to write and pass serious bipartisan spending bills for this current fiscal year. It was no easy feat. We had less resources at our disposal to make use of, and we had even more challenges to address. But we managed to work together, Senator Collins and I and our committee members, and we cleared all of but one of our bills overwhelmingly in committee, and many of those bills cleared on unanimous votes. Then come November, after the election, I was pushing very hard to get our funding bills done and wrapped up by the end of the year. My Democratic colleagues and even many of my Republican colleagues wanted to get that done. But Speaker Johnson and Trump chose to kick the can down the road. They chose to. Trump reportedly wanted to make sure his fingerprints were on our spending bills for this fiscal year.
Drama.
And the Speaker not only wanted to, of course, please Trump, he was worried about how a messy funding fight might complicate his path to becoming Speaker again. So the decision was made, and
Apparently
Speaker
some drama
Johnson
from
punted from
Senator
December
Bennett.
to March. Then we negotiated a bipartisan CR to fund the government through March 14th today. Along with that, we passed a disaster relief and we extended critical laws. And we reached a bipartisan, bicameral deal, and then House Republicans walked away and blew that deal up at the last minute. Why?
CNN reports that in a private meeting,
Because
Senator
the
Michael
richest
Bennett
man in the
erupted,
world said a
accusing
bunch of
Democratic leadership of having no strategy, no
inaccurate
plan, and no
tweets.
message on the
instead
spending bill.
of saying, "You know
True.
what? Actually, Elon, you have no clue what you're talking about. These are programs that help my constituents." House Republicans said, let's put this guy in charge. They killed that bipartisan agreement, rolled out an altogether different bill not long thereafter, and punted on government funding. That is what happened. And that is essentially what they have been doing ever since, cheering and clapping as Trump and Elon got basic facts wrong.
I guess seeing if political violence sparks at all will make the decision. I don't know what that means, Joel.
Dismantled entire agencies.
Is there precedent to
fired
Chuck Schumer's claim about Trump grabbing more
shuttered
power
our
in the case of a
Social
government
Security
shutdown?
offices,
I think it's
and
all
break
speculation. No, I don't know any of it. Any
while
precedent
Trump
for
and
that?
Republican leadership were fixating on whether they passed one bill or two for their plan to cut health care for kids, to pass more tax cuts for billionaires. A fast approaching deadline was on its way to us, one that's here now. For the next several months, Madam President, I have remained at the table, ready to negotiate funding bills. My Democratic counterpart in the House, Rosa DeLauro, and I never left the table, not once. We made an offer after an offer, as did our Republican counterparts.
Oh, this is live. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Oh,
continues
PM.
to be doing what we do every year.
Oh, now I'm
every
intrigued.
year, which is passing full-year funding bills with the detailed directives that we include in our spending laws.
We already called
every
people, all right?
year.
You guys should all still be
I have wanted to
calling.
make sure we continue to provide those and make sure that our constituents'
What up, alley
voices are heard.
cattails?
They're heard in federal funding, which I have to say this CR fails to do. Instead of working with us in good faith to fund the government in a bipartisan way, Speaker Johnson and Republican leadership walked away and started working on a Republican funding bill without an ounce, not an ounce, of Democratic input. I remained at the table. My counterparts on appropriations and I continued to talk to keep the ball rolling. But by
Sorry,
the end of
Jake
last
from
week,
State
for all
Farm.
intents and purposes, we
I'm a
had
little
an
slow.
agreement on top-line funding. But the call had been made. The call had already been made. Johnson was in on it. Trump was in on it. Russ Vought was in on it. And Johnson decided, instead of talking with Democrats, it would be easier to have Trump get on the phone and scream and bully
We need
House
these Dems to take some
Republicans
improv or
into
stand-up comedy
submission.
practice.
He figured if outright
I know, it does sound like she's reading a
intimidation
book.
from Trump was enough to convince every Republican to vote for a budget resolution that will cut Medicaid for seniors and kids, then it might also be enough.
Just be like,
for them
these
to pass a
motherfuckers want to
Republican
cut
CR,
Medicaid.
especially if Trump threatened
That's for the
dissenters
people.
with political retribution, which of course
Susan
he did.
Collins alert. She's
And
moved
that
from
is the
concerned to
bill
very
they rolled
concerned.
out on Saturday and passed
Holy.
earlier this week. Now, as I have laid out,
Is there any
in
argument
depth,
for yes that isn't
the
an argument for
year-long
appeasement?
CR House Republicans
It's
sent our way
unknown. You're scared of the
hands
unknown.
A blank check. to
Polymarket
Elon
has
Musk
odds of shutdown
and
37. We need
Donald
to pump those
Trump
numbers up.
to
True.
decide how our constituents'
We don't want a
tax
shutdown, but
taxpayer dollars get spent.
we
All
don't
while
want to
cutting
sign the
funding
bill.
Working people count
We don't
on
want the bill.
each and every day. It is anything but a quote clean CR. What Republicans are pushing here is not a continuing resolution. In this case, CR stands for complete resignation. Because what Republicans are doing here is ceding more discretion to two billionaires to decide what does and does not get funded in their states. It is a
Jake
power
from State
grab
Farm.
CR.
She
But not only
sounds
that,
hideous.
it does make serious cuts to domestic funding.
What's the argument
It
for not
leaves
shutting
our
down
working
is that,
families
you
in
know,
the
we don't
dust.
know what Trump's going to
We are
do in the
talking
cover of a
about
shutdown.
A nearly 50%
Yeah, the CR is
cut
dog water.
to life-saving medical research into conditions affecting our service members.
Thank you for so
It
many
is
of
a
you just
giant
chilling. Appreciate the
shortfall
chill.
in funding for NIH. It is a massive cut in funding for Army Corps projects and $15 billion less for our domestic priorities. Madam
Make sure you're
President, this
subbing to
bill
the
will
YouTube.
force
Those
Social
numbers up.
Security to cut staff.
'Cause I'm
and
gonna
close
put some
offices,
cool shit
and
out.
make it harder for our seniors to get the benefits they spent their careers paying into the system to earn. It creates a devastating shortfall that risks
Thank you, Logic
tens
Bombs.
of
Appreciate
thousands
ya.
of Americans losing their
We're going to
houses.
lose the midterms at these
So this bill
Flamster, I'm afraid.
causes real pain for communities across
Yeah,
the
we need
country.
Dems to, like,
And let me be
be a
clear.
little cooler.
This bill empowers Trump
Democrats
and
may be
Musk
cool,
to pick
but
winners
they
and
ain't
losers.
practical.
And I guarantee you they will not only go
I know,
after
Patty.
Democrats. Inexplicably,
This is like Remember the
House
Titans.
Republicans are saying, give Trump all this power or we'll shut down government. Well, let's be very clear. That is and always has been a false choice. The reality is there were other options House Republicans could have chosen, but they chose. They chose to pull out of bipartisan
Thanks, sweet
negotiations
Tartarus.
and send
Dubious
a
Scouts
deeply
says we need someone who can yell and
partisan
shit without
bill
sounding
here to
cringe.
the Senate today.
This tone of voice is easy to tone out and doesn't go viral.
Democrats
Yeah,
did
true.
not have an ounce of input into writing this bill.
I'm a never Trump guy.
And
I'm a
now
never
House
Trump
Republicans
guy.
expect us to support it?
Kid
That makes
Nastanza says, I was
zero
never a
sense.
hater on Democratic
Let me be
politicians like a lot of
clear. In
online
my
left
time
people,
in Congress,
but the cravenness of
never,
Schumer is too far
ever
and
has
disgusting
one
for me.
party
Yeah.
written partisan,
I hear ya.
full-year appropriations bills for all of government and expected the other party to go along without any input. To my colleagues here who want to pass individual appropriations bills in a timely manner for next fiscal year, how are Democrats supposed to trust those who they will be in good faith, that they will be talking to us in good faith negotiations? After we did the hard work of negotiating overwhelmingly
Pisco.
bipartisan
Maybe email me
appropriations bills last year,
piscoliddy@gmail
only
or
for us to see this today.
I would say DM on Discord. I just have so many backlog,
Only
but you
for
can try that. And
Republicans to now say, "Swallow
in
this
my new
partisan
schedule, I have
House
put out
Republican
some
CR,
time for comms.
or it will be Democrats that
And
are
so
shutting down the government."
I'm hoping to be
Madam
better about it.
President, that is a
Everything is a
false
work in
choice and
progress.
one we
I know I'm late on a
cannot
shit ton of
accept
things.
going
I'm sorry.
forward.
You
When I
don't know
cast
what's
my
been going
vote
on
today,
behind
I am
scenes, so
representing
appreciate your
nearly
patience.
8 million
Hopefully we'll get some
people
stability
in
soon.
Washington State. And in this democracy, their
What does the CR
voices
do other than the
count for
tariff?
something. So you better believe I am not handing over my vote.
So the CR.
Nothing. The choice is not a government shutdown or passing a bill to write.
The CR is a continuing resolution of the funding levels from last September. This one has some actual cuts. So something like $15 billion cut in certain spending, earmarks especially, increases things like deportations, military budget, but it's also in being a continuing resolution and not being like a specific omnibus with like very detailed stuff. It's giving like essentially a slush fund, a lot of ability for Trump and Elon to spend money how they see fit, especially given their position, which is out in the open, that they're going to start impounding stuff at their whim. It's just not a good idea for a lot of different reasons that we sort of talked about at the start. But in general, what the bill does is it funds the government, but not in a way that we want and not with the concessions that we need.
Any Democratic input, you don't get Democratic votes.
True.
That's on Republicans. If you don't get any input from Democrats, it's a Republican vote. A shutdown is on Republicans.
100%.
The American people rightly understand that Republicans have pushed this country towards a shutdown.
Wow, member.
They do understand that Donald Trump has
Thank you so much, Tay the Muffin. I appreciate it.
And it's putting us on track.
I appreciate
for
all
a
the support. You
Republican
guys are really
recession. With
blowing
his
me away
indiscriminate
with your
layoffs,
level of support.
His illegal funding freeze, his
I'm not pro shutdown,
incoherent
Sharpie.
trade war, and
I'm
now
pro
by
fairness.
threatening a Republican shutdown.
It's a Republican shutdown.
Democrats did not write this bill. We did not have any input. But if we had, we sure wouldn't have handed over more of our power to $2 billion.
Thank you so much, Tay.
You can bet we would not have cut our domestic investments by billions.
Wow.
Democrats did not write
5
this bill.
membership by
But
Shmuel.
if we did, we would have protected.
Thank you so
our public
much.
schools. Democrats did not
And
write
you
this
gave
bill,
membership
but if
to
we did,
Merrill
we
and
would have
Master of
put our
Darkness and
veterans
Pickles
first.
and
And you
Alex
can
Wright
bet
and Ricky
we would
Akimbo.
not have prevented the District of Columbia from spending.
Republicans said the same thing in the
its
past, and you said no
taxpayer
compromise.
dollars
No, I didn't. I
to
said,
force
wait,
layoff police
this is
and
such a
teachers.
lie. So I've always said you need to come to negotiation with Republicans. And I've always criticized the Republicans for breaking the deal that they've made with Biden. So it is totally a lie for Sharpie, a trusted mod, a dear member of the community, and a dear friend of mine, for him to say, you've always been for Democrats not conceding to Republicans. No, thank you so much for the memberships. Thanks, Tay. I've been saying that why should we come to a deal with Republicans only for them to fucking renege on it? I've been the one saying we need to have negotiation. This is complete fucking fabrication. You must be riling me up. So stupid. Thank you, gifters. Would you ever join Congress?
No,
Only if you wanted
and
me
I hope
to,
my
Zach.
colleagues will join me. And before I close, Madam President, I want to say,
Jake,
my
maybe one day you'll be
constituents
gifted a membership.
who are frightened and scared.
Wow, look at all
I
these fucking
understand
members
your
with the
fears.
blue guys. Look at the
Some
blue
days I
guys.
share them, but your voice matters.
Get him on Discord. He's a
Speaking
trusted
out
person.
Matters. You elected me to be your voice, and you better believe I
Hell
will keep
yeah.
fighting for you.
Hell
So,
fucking yeah. Look at that dude with the
shoulders
finger
up.
guns.
Keep the faith. We stand strong, but we do not stand down. We're
Hell
gonna keep
yeah.
fighting for the America we love. Thank you,
Let's
Madam
go. Patty Murray, everybody.
Senator from
Saying the right
I ask
things.
unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call votes.
Without objection.
Let's
Thank you,
go,
Madam
Dems. All right.
President.
Second
I
win,
have
second win, second win.
for the
Let's get the
previous
energy levels
speaker
up.
and also
We need
for
to
the
send our
chair
energy
of
to the strong
Appropriations
Democrats. Send your energy.
Committee.
Oh, I feel it. I
If
got my
she
second
gets
wind.
her way
Let's
this
brush the beard.
or later tonight, the government will shut
Make
down.
sure everything. Wow.
We'll have to
Super
call the
chat.
House
Super
back.
chat.
It
Oh,
will
wait, we
be
already
a
got that super chat.
Long period
Thank
of
you.
uncertainty and a shutdown.
That's my senator.
And that's the choice we're faced with. The Speaker of the House has been faced with a very, very slim margin in the House of Representatives.
What do you call your
He's
members?
had
The
to
Peace
do a
Corps.
deal that none of us like.
You think Biden had a deal for the votes and the
decided
Republicans
that
took it
we
back for no?
have a
Dude,
responsibility to
yes,
govern
the
and to
Biden
better
and the
forces
House
to
Republicans
keep
had a
the
deal
government open.
for numerous of these
The
incidents,
previous speaker
and
has
the
had 6
the
months
House Republicans
to
reneged on the
try
deal.
to
That happened with
negotiate the
McCarthy.
deal,
Remember?
which she
Okay,
says we could
Sharpie
do
literally
now.
has short-term memory loss. Remember when they had a deal with McCarthy, and then McCarthy got a bunch of pressure and then reneged on the deal? You guys remember that? and then they had a deal with Johnson, and then Johnson reneged on the deal. Remember that they had a deal with House Republicans literally in December, and then the Republicans were pressured by Elon and Trump and then reneged on the deal again? The immigration deal. Like, Republicans are kings of breaking deals. And my position has always been, they break deals. You should deal with Republicans. So for you to be like, oh, you've always been this all or nothing person with the Democrats, it's so fucking untrue. I am arguing for the exact same thing I've always argued for, which is if you want Democratic votes, you need to make negotiations with Democrats. And you should keep your promises. You should keep your word. Republicans did not work with Democrats. Why would we give them votes?
If he is confirmed, as I'm sure he will be, this person oversees the day-to-day operations of the vast Pentagon by leading its budget process, managing its people, and driving crucial internal
green
reform.
tie.
Steve Feinberg is the exact person for this. Now, under normal circumstances, the Deputy Secretary of Defense...
Read Marcus Aurelius. Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself?
But today's
what is its nature?
Extraordinary
what does it
environment
do, this
requires
Magnus?
even more of that, a manager of the highest caliber in that role.
No, that is incidental.
Let's look at just 2 or 3 items from Steve Feinberg's
What's the countdown
resume.
for?
He's been
For your
founder,
mama.
executive officer, and chief investment officer of Cerberus.
Wow, Cruz. Welcome to the membership club. Guys, just so you know,
he's managed separate pools of
that
capital
goal in the bottom
with
is only for the Twitch subs,
company,
and
he's also
but like I'm
had,
actually also
high
considering the YouTube
responsibilities
subs,
in Drexel,
so
Burnham, and
don't worry
Lambert.
about that.
He knows how to manage huge billion-dollar operations.
What the hell is
and to
Cloture?
manage people.
Cloture is like
He's
closure.
also a perfect person for this role. He's well-spoken.
Thanks so much for the membership, though, guys. It really means the mesh,
He'll be
because when you get the membership, you get the blue guy,
but he is
and
the
then you get to
man
post the blue
to
guy.
help us rebuild the military, reform the way the Pentagon does business, and turn this unaudited Pentagon bureaucracy around. He will get a resounding bipartisan vote on the floor, I predict, as he did in the committee. And I congratulate the president on this nomination and on the bipartisan vote that we'll soon get.
Did anyone call Roger Wicker?
Relatively easy compared to some of the harder votes later on today. And I yield.
Oh my God! Thank you for the sub on Twitch.
The question occurs on the
Kark
nomination.
Maldwell.
Is there a sufficient second?
Is there a second?
Appears to be. Clerk will
Oh,
call
and by the
roll.
way, the cool thing about Twitch subs is you get animated blue guys.
Miss Also Brooks.
You get the Riz
Baldwin,
blue guy.
Mr. Banks.
Oh my God!
Mr.
Tay
Barrasso,
Muffin,
Mr.
gifted
Bennett,
subs
Mrs. Blackburn,
in Twitch as
Mr.
well.
Blumenthal, Miss Blunt
Hype.
Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr.
That means you're
Bozeman,
giving animated
Mrs.
blue
Britt,
guys
Mr. Bud,
to the people of
Ms.
Twitch.
Cantwell,
Rosen
Ms.
is a no.
Capucho,
Let's
Mr.
go. Wait, is that
Cassidy,
confirmed?
Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn,
Let's
Ms.
go.
Cortez
Let's
Masto,
go.
Mr.
Let's
Cotton,
rock today.
Mr. Kramer,
Let's rock.
Mr.
Let's
Crapo,
rock today.
Mr. Cruz.
What subs do you do best on? YouTube, Twitch, or I think YouTube is a better than.
And the Senate now voting
I like
on
them
the
all.
final
You know, I like them
confirmation of
all.
Stephen Feinberg
Kit
to be
gets me the
Deputy
best
Defense
percentage.
Secretary.
Twitch
On
makes me
Tuesday,
feel the
the
best because I
Armed
like the
Services
Twitch
Committee approved his
emotes.
nomination, and earlier
YouTube is
today,
in the middle.
Senators advanced the nomination by a vote of 56 to 39, with 6 Democrats in support. If confirmed,
Wow,
Mr.
look at that
Feinberg will become the second in
Riz.
line to lead the Pentagon under Secretary Pete Hegseth. He'll be in charge of managing the Pentagon's budget.
We have a hype.
and
Thank you so
overseeing
much,
the
Tay, by the way. I really
department's
appreciate it.
day-to-day operations.
It's just straight
Also
cooked to act
coming
like this
up
isn't
in
a flip from
this
Pisco.
round here in the
Yo,
Senate, a
it
vote
is
to
not
move
at
forward
all a
with
flip. Wait.
fentanyl-related
I'm going to be.
substances
You're
to
just
move them
triggering
to
me.
the schedule.
So there's no flip, right? So when the Democrats had the presidency in the Senate and the Republicans had the House, what did I say? I said, Democrats, you can't just accept the House's budget or their proposal, and you need to have an agreement. I said that when power was divided. I said that in the immigration bill controversy. I said that in December, that you shouldn't vote for something unless there's Democratic input. I've been consistent about that this entire time. It has not changed. It will not change. It is what it is. And that's what the position is now. And it's never been different. You said Republicans have to compromise to not shut the government down. Yeah, I'm okay with Democrats compromising. This is not compromise. This is just passing a MAGA bill. No, I think the minority party should compromise. Absolutely. Compromise doesn't mean don't get anything and just vote for whatever the Republicans put forward. That's not compromise. That's the opposite of compromise. I'm not saying that Democrats should get everything they want. I'm just saying Democrats should not just lose on everything and just accept whatever the Republicans do just because.
So thank you to Paul Altman and thank you to the entire team here at Vantage.
God,
Classics.
I hate Vance. What a piece of shit.
It's great to be here. It's great to be with American workers. And again, like I said, it's great to be out of the bubble.
What's in this bill that is any worse than any Democratic CR?
I was listening
sure.
to her backstage.
So, one, it's the context in which it emerges that obviously makes a difference. You can be coping and say that doesn't make a difference. It makes a huge difference. The fact that he's shown that he doesn't want to follow the appropriation decisions of Congress. The fact that it's generally just extending the CR as opposed to more specific appropriations, that's a big deal. In terms of the specific line items, we have the cuts of the earmarks is bad. It's even Republicans wanted their earmarks. So that's $15 billion or so. The cuts to housing and nutritional benefits, that's bad. The $1 billion cut, the humongous $1 billion cut to Washington, D.C. that is completely thoughtless, that's really bad. The fact that you have this provision on tariffs, which essentially bails out Trump on these disastrous tariffs by limiting Congress's role, giving additional authorities for the president to decide on military projects that more than what he does it right now, and giving him more flexibility on how to spend that, not putting in any protections for Social Security workers at a time when they're under attack, not putting in any provisions to guarantee payments at a time when there's unconstitutional power grabs going on. All these are incredibly toxic. Vance really does look like a cabbage bag. Oh, wow. Hype train level 3. Guys, do you understand what a happy person you've made me today with all of your generosity? You're giving subs, you're supporting me. It makes me feel good. It makes me think that maybe I could have a friend or two on the online world. But shutting down the government is so much worse. Why? And why should we wow. Biddies. Thanks for entertaining. Thank you, Tomato. Look at the biddies. Wait, why are my biddy emotes not going through? I have biddies. Sorry about that, Tay. I don't know why the biddies didn't show up. You regret thanking me? I woke up in a new Bugatti. What up, Shri? Shri is one of the regulars. The president gets even more empowered during a shutdown, and you know it. I don't agree with that. But thank you very much, Tay, for the biddies. I don't know why the biddies didn't appear on screen. You got a friend in me. Chuck Schumer more like cuck boomer. Kyle Powell's late. You're late, Kyle. The vote's about to start. Actually, I don't know if it's about to start. Probably be a little bit. A shutdown literally lets him say whole departments and services are moot during the shutdown. Bro, he's already doing that. I don't know what to say. He's already doing that. He just cut half of education department. He fired half of them. Reported to fire them. Subbing on Twitch. It's con. You know, when you sub on Twitch, you're giving people the animated emotes. You're doing your part. You're being a real American. Can you explain why people say the shutdown would let Trump do more? Because it would give some discretion in like what is a needed service, like what is a essential service, and who gets to go to work, who still gets paid, who has to work without pay, and who gets furloughed. And so presumably, and it would give Trump authorities to pause certain things and have a better legal justification for pausing certain things. But of course, he's already pausing them. It's already a fait accompli. And denying him the appropriations would deny him money, which he's already stating that he's planning to impound. So why would we give him money to just use as a slush fund? Thank you, Scuzzy, for the membership. YouTube and Twitch are both being very generous today. And I love my chats equally. You know this. Right now, Twitch is at 100 concurrent. YouTube's at almost 600, folks. I mean, this is big time stuff. Big time stream of things. Tay said, all good, Pisco. I haven't been around as recently as I've been on vacation. Tay, you were on vacation. Where were you on vacation? If you don't mind me asking. And thank you for the level 3 hype train. I really appreciate it. Okay, I see. So it's up to the president's discretion to decide which are deemed necessary. Probably is the answer to that. Probably. But again, he's already doing that. And we should not give stronger legal arguments to the administration for Doge. Why would we say, oh, it's co-signed by bipartisan majorities in the House and Senate? Thank you so much, Twitch and YouTube chat. You guys are awesome. And look at those sick emotes from Sharpie, even though when he's saying stupid shit. Look at that animated Riz. Wow. You cheered. Those cheer emotes, by the way, courtesy of our graphic designer who just sent me a bunch of new stream elements. So you guys will see those at some point. I have to like implement them, but really appreciate it, Twitch chat. Really appreciate it, you guys. Very generous, very generous. But you don't have to keep giving. You're good. We can keep giving analysis. Dems are hypocrites. They cried so hard when MAGA called for a government shutdown. No one's calling for a government shutdown. It's a Republican shutdown. They need to earn Democratic votes. And that starts by negotiating. Thank you very much for your support, critical support. God, I hate JD.
U.S., the world's manufacturing superpower, and that is exactly what President Trump has sought out to do. Now, I have to be honest with you, the road ahead of us is long, but we are already in just 7 short weeks starting
fucking
to see
every single
early
thing up.
indications of the president's vision becoming our shared American reality.
Our shared reality.
First full month in office, America
That's what happened yet? Not yet.
10,000 American manufacturing jobs. Now, compare that to last year, when under the Biden administration we were losing an average of about 10,000 manufacturing jobs.
Fuck you, JD. Biden reinvigorated the manufacturing base of this country.
Lost in a single year under Joe Biden. And we
These losers just cherry pick their stats.
Driven the turnaround? Well, first of all, President Trump has been clear
Dipshit.
about his plan, about our administration's plan. Our goal is to make it easier and more affordable to make things again in the United States of America.
In the United States of America.
In America, in American jobs.
Look at Peter Thiel's
American workers,
bitch.
and in American
This is Peter Thiel's
You're
bitch.
going to be rewarded. We're going to cut your
This
taxes.
guy's scarcely
We're gonna slash
human. An
regulations,
alien.
and we're going to reduce
I got-
the cost of energy to build things right here in this country that all of us love. But if you try
Thank you for the sub.
to undercut us and build
If you
outside of
try,
our borders,
if you try to
President
build
Trump's
something outside the country,
administration has got
will
nothing
ruin the
for you.
economy.
If you want to be rewarded, build in America. If you want to be penalized, build outside of America. It's as simple as that.
It's so simple. Dude, he looks like the fucking baby meme. Look at him. Thanks so much for the subs. Wow.
If you've gotten rich the last few decades by ripping off U.S. companies and preying on American workers, well, the president is simply telling you the jig is up. If you want to manufacture in China, which has
In
the
China.
worst and most punitive economic
You cherry pick
policies
your
towards
stats
us
too,
anywhere in the world,
hypocrite.
then you are going to have to pay the consequences.
Which
And what
stats
we're
am I
seeing
hypocriting?
already is that
I mean,
the world is starting to
cherry
listen. They
picking.
appreciate that we're
Now you
in
got
a
me
new
saying
era
it.
in the United States. So as a result, we're nearing $2 trillion in new investments announced just since President Trump took office. That's not bad. In 7 weeks, $2 trillion.
You mean all the Biden investments? I love it, by the way. They absolutely love taking credit for Biden stuff.
Paper and electrical product manufacturers. Companies from all over the world have announced new plants and big expansions of
And big
existing
about them.
plants in the United States.
You know who
America.
got
We've
rich
seen
by
car
ripping off the American
factories
worker?
say
The billionaires like
2 years
us.
ago,
True, Meryl.
2 months ago, that they were going to ship American jobs off to Mexico, and 7 weeks
Blame the
ago,
billionaires.
they started singing a different tune. Now, part of our comeback means unleashing America's energy and
America's
making it cheaper
energy.
and making it more affordable for American businesses and workers to do what they need to do. So, day one in office, President Trump ended the Green New Scam and ended Biden's war on American energy.
Fucking loser Yaley. Loser Yaley. Any Yaleys in the chat?
We're already seeing the results. Gasoline.
Any modern pizza enjoyers?
Pepe's.
Pepe's?
Come down. Last month, it went up by 30.
Bar pizza enjoyers in the chat? Any Yaleys to make fun of? Raise your hand if you're a Yaley to make fun of.
We've already seen it fall to significant lows again. That's just in 7 weeks. In his first month, President Trump declared a national energy emergency and established
I guess
a
none of you
National
guys
Energy
are.
Dominance Council.
None of you guys are Ivy League
625
material.
million acres offshore for drilling and ended Biden's disastrous ban on liquefied natural gas exports.
Plenty of blue guys. Holy shit.
And costing $250 billion for our country over the long run. It's over. We stopped it.
I'm not the son of a millionaire. Sorry, Egg Boy. Sorry, Egg Boy. What's that from? Egg Boy?
Now, in doing so, the president paid
You can make fun of me, but I'm not a Yaley.
2 new massive projects.
Wait, Tay, how did you make the blue guy wide?
Funny to see some of our Democrat governors in various parts, I won't mention which states exactly, coming to the Oval Office.
Universitat van Amsterdam. Why is everything Van? You know who I love who's Van? Van Persie.
Never get under Biden's leadership. And I got to tell you, I carry a word from
I gotta tell you.
United States that we don't care, Democrat, Republican,
Oh, Ed and Eddie. Quiet, Ed boy.
Build, baby, build. That is
Double
the slogan,
D.
and that is the motto of the Trump administration, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The channel points? Okay.
And most importantly, given where we stand here in Vantage, the Trump administration is working hard.
Who won? No one won yet, Alter.
Regulations left and right, and I think, Paul, you'd admit the regulations. We got
Van
to get that stuff out of
Persie.
here. We got to make it easier to build stuff in our own country. We can't have people telling our great builders that if they want to start a factory, or if they want to expand a factory, they're not allowed to.
Fake hair, fake tan, fake Louis Vuitton.
When it comes to renewing American manufacturing, this Wednesday, as a matter of fact, the administration
Meryl, so does Robin Van Persie mean son of Percy?
which will provide relief from rules. These include the greenhouse gas reporting program, which cost U.S. factories and power plants hundreds of millions of dollars, and that money is now
The children yearn for the mine.
American workers. And we remember the
Is he
Clean
getting
Power
fatter?
Plan 2.0,
No, I don't think he's getting
which
fatter.
has imperiled America's grid by creating
Actually, he looks a little chubbier.
restrictions on coal and natural gas plants that
Listen,
account for 60%.
we put on some pounds too during the great pandemic. We're on a diet, right, folks?
American energy. That's
I've
what
actually
Joe
lost a
Biden
good
did.
amount of weight
What Donald
so
Trump
far.
is doing is saying, build in America, and we're going to help you.
But we just got to keep going. I got to get to.
More affordable.
Once you guys see the face gains, oh, it's over for all of you. It's over.
But, you know, I think it's really simple here.
You have
And
no
I
idea how
have
much
to say,
power I'll
you know,
gain.
I'm thrilled, of course, to have everybody here. Thrilled to have Paul hosting us, but I'm especially thrilled to have my lovely wife here behind me. And
Pisco Pelosi just called that Schumer. That could be sound home. Yeah, I know. I saw.
I think she's doing a great job.
I'm fasting for Ramadan. He'll be skinny in no time.
I'm so
Yeah.
proud to have her by my side. And here's the
I don't think I'll ever be
because
like.
the cameras are
I'm
all
always
on.
like I'm a pretty
Anything that I say, no matter
thick
how
guy.
crazy, Usha has to smile and laugh. And
But I just want to
celebrate.
get to
So I'm going to be good.
to college level.
I'm going to keep to the script here. But I think that what we're really
That was 4 years ago. No excuse. Yeah, there was no
so many
excuse.
people attacking the president's economic programs and attacking the progress that we've made over the past 7 weeks. You
I
hear
lost like
people
40
saying,
pounds
well,
over
how dare Donald Trump
probably 5
impose
months?
tariffs on foreign countries that have been taking
That's
advantage
pretty
of
good.
us for 40 years? And the answer is that unless you're willing to use American power to fight back against what those countries have been doing for a generation, you are never going to rebuild American manufacturing, and you're never going to support
Just
the
walking.
American worker.
Very huggable face. Thank you. Subbing on Twitch. Jeffrey's live press.
President
Do you have a
Trump
link?
is done with leaders who talk.
Shut up,
We are an
JD.
administration that is going to do things for the American people.
Yeah,
and for American workers. Just think about
we just got to get to
when
our
foreign countries make it impossible to ship American cars
to our
into their countries. Why
lifting
have we
era
had
as well.
leadership that refuses
Get back to
fight
it.
back? When we
Get those
have
compound
foreign
lifts up.
countries that use slave
Robin
labor
Van
that
Persie.
undercuts the wages of
Yeah, I do
American
mean that.
workers, why have we had American leadership that has refused to fight back? When you let
and give it
literal
to the
slaves
billionaire
make
class.
stuff
Let's
cheaply
go.
and then bring it into our country,
All right,
we
shut
all
up now,
know-
Ed boy.
you all know that destroys the
Shut up,
wages
Ed
of
boy.
American workers. And so now we have an American
Kill me.
To what you told us you would do. You are betraying us. There's a reason the House GOP said, let's cancel town halls, because they don't want to
wait
that protected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, feed hungry kids in this country, and keep our schools open. But that's not what they did. And when they put forward this bill, not only is it
Egg
bad on the
boy,
four corners of it, but we saw
don't
House GOP
sleep.
member after House GOP
No
member come
sleepers.
out and say in public,
If you
I
put a
wasn't sure about
sleeper-
signing on to this until I met with the Trump administration, and they told me this is their vehicle for further dismantling the services that people who work for a living depend on in this country. And that's why we're unified in our opposition.
Any
and we are not
sleepers
going to
get
buy into this false
insta-
binary decision. That it's a parade of bad
instantly-
choices. We know that already. We know what this administration and their enablers in the GOP and Congress are doing to the American people. Shutdowns are terrible, but so is this
Judged.
dismantling and this scheme to take deserving taxpayers' money and give
Van
it to the billionaire
Persie's
class. Each and
surname
every step
appears
of
to
this
originate
is
from the
part of
area
that
close to
scheme
Lille in
against
France.
everyday Americans who are waving their hands at this administration and saying, live up to what you told us you would do. You are betraying us. There's a
Okay.
reason the House GOP said,
I thought they
let's
were
cancel
talking
town
about
halls,
Schumer.
because they don't want to face the voters they are betraying. So we're saying at this moment, come back to the table. Come back and negotiate. We've never had a
Have
shutdown where
mercy,
one party
peaceman. No, of
controls the
course,
White
I
House,
have
the House,
mercy.
and the Senate. That has never happened for a reason. And so this
Fish
is a very
trust. No.
unprecedented situation and an
No.
unprecedented disaster for the people who sent us here. If we do not do everything in our power to fight back and say, come back to the table, make a plan that is centered around the American people. And I'm proud to join in this fight with my friend from California, Chairman Pete Aguilar.
Thank Whip Clark and Leader Jeffries for their continued leadership of House Democrats, who have been very clear what side we're on. Leader Jeffries has been consistent in saying we will always stand up for the American people.
Let's
They are
go,
asking
Leader
us to fight back
Jeffries.
against
Prove yourself.
this slashing
Prove
attempt to take out
yourself.
Medicaid, cut Social Security, eliminate the Department of Education, all so the billionaire class can pay less in taxes. This is a fight worth having today and tomorrow and next week, and as long as we were here in Congress. Our constituents are worried about how they're going to pay the bills, how they're going to buy a home, how they're going to send their kids to college. They are seeing their prices go up, and these Republican policies.
Say Trump's a
tank the stock market.
bastard.
They're not following the Beltway news of who's up and who's down, but they are very attuned to the Republican recession and that it could cost them their health care and their job. And they know when their elected officials are willing to fight for them. They know when
Yo, this
someone
is a good
looking out for their
camera.
own pocketbook,
I think
or
I'm
they're looking
just
out for their own
like,
self-interest. That's why House Democrats will continue.
my focusing
this
is
fight,
bad.
and continue
It's a-
everything we
it's a
have
really
done
good
to
camera.
Center this around the American people. And we'll
My
continue to do
lighting's
that under
good
the
too. I
leadership
think I just need to
of Hakeem Jeffries.
maximize settings. Let's go, Hakeem.
Has Senator Schumer, in your mind, acquiesced to Trump?
That's a question that is best addressed by the Senate. The vote
Oh!
hasn't taken place yet, and the House Democratic position is very clear.
Yes, it
We
is.
strongly oppose any efforts
Hell yeah.
to cut the health care of the American people, veterans benefits, and nutritional assistance, all of which are in the partisan Republican bill. We're going to continue to support Social Security, Medicare,
Yes, we are.
Medicaid, veterans benefits, and public schools, while Donald Trump and House Republicans try to take a chainsaw to these important priorities
Okay, Jeff.
of the American people.
Reese.
We'll see what happens over in the Senate. There are still
There's time.
undecided and undeclared senators, and we anxiously await that vote.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Next question.
Mr. Jeffries,
Thanks.
Mr. Lee, first, can you clarify, are you encouraging your Senate colleagues to vote no on cloture?
Yes.
We've been very clear. We strongly oppose the reckless Republican spending bill. Period. Full stop.
Wait, answer
Our
on
position,
cloture.
repeatedly articulated this week, speaks for itself.
Answer on cloture. He's not going to get into that.
He and I have had repeated and private conversations throughout the week, and those conversations will remain private.
Yeah.
Yep. Right there. Right there.
On the Senate side, they have a much
more difficult path than you do on the House side. You guys could all remain united and the bill would still pass. If Democrats stay united against this, the government will shut down. What would you have expected Schumer to do?
This is not about one individual. This is about the American people. That's our view.
Okay, it's about the American people
We
too.
made a decision based on the four corners of this bill. It will hurt everyday Americans
Hell
in our
yeah.
opinion, as Donald Trump and House Republicans have been doing for the last several weeks. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, to lower grocery costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they're going up.
Call him a bastard.
Inflation is going up. You know what's going down? The stock market is going down. Consumer confidence is going down. Consumer spending is going down. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and driving America toward a recession. That's what we're concerned about. Not individuals.
Hakeem, do you support
not
AOC
individuals,
primary and Schumer? Yes or no?
the American people. Catherine
Wanna
Clark.
take an Ed Martin's shot?
Catherine, and then Peter Aguilar.
I don't know.
Catherine Clark.
I
and then
think
Peter
what
Aguilar.
the
Thank you for the
problem is
membership.
that's a false question. That's a false
Lotion
choice.
Lord.
But this is the House position that we
Hell
need to
yeah.
go back to the negotiating table.
Love the baby
which
blue
they
suit.
walked
Love
away
the baby
from.
blue suit.
They
Or is it gray?
walked
I don't
away
know.
from it, and it's
tell me.
why you see both the Senate and the House
Frank,
chairs of appropriations
give us an update from
saying 30
Haley.
days. Give us 30 days to put the American
No.
people's voices back in this process. And when you're in the minority, you only have a few real points
Oof.
where you can use the powers
We're
that
close.
you have.
We're
the
close. It's
procedural
close. It
moves
is
that you
super
have
close.
to do the right thing by people
Oof.
who are terrified of where this country is
It's
going
blue? What
and
color
where
is
it's
it?
going to leave them and their families. So back to the negotiating table. Why is that some wild-eyed idea? It's like, let's come back together.
Periwinkle?
If you're serious about cutting costs, protecting Social
If
Security,
you're lost
Medicare,
and
Medicaid, our
alone, and
schools,
you
our
will
veterans,
find me.
come back to the table and work
Time
that out.
after time.
The choice of having a shutdown when you're the party that runs everything
Oh my
is
God.
preposterous.
A
It's just
new
outrageous.
car.
They're even trying to say somehow that's the choice Democrats are making. You run everything, but what you're trying to do is scam the American people out of their money and the services they paid for and they deserve.
Bottle red.
So, let's be realistic
Bottle
about what this
white.
fight is. We are simply
powder blue?
saying, go back to the negotiating table. It's not about a shutdown versus a
It all
particular spending
depends
bill.
upon your
It's are we
appetite.
going to center around the American
Why do
people
we have to put billionaire
and
tax
do
cuts in
what's
American
right
credit
for
cards
them,
again?
or are
True,
we
evolved
not?
monkey.
Peter Aguilar.
And all these, fun DC words, cloture, continuing resolution. What the American people need to know is that House Democrats are willing to work in
Hell
a
yeah.
bipartisan way to keep government
Always
open
have
for 30
been.
days. That's all we want.
That's all we
our
want.
solution.
It's easy.
It's not perfect. It doesn't solve all of our problems, but it centers the debate around the American people. It pauses what would be a reckless shutdown at
Let's
the hands
go.
of Donald Trump. And it says, let's keep negotiating. Let's work on
Let's
our funding
groove
bills.
tonight.
Let's give Rosa DeLauro and Tom Cole, and Patty Murray and Susan Collins some
Pisco's the
time
kind of guy who would
to
vote
work
against
on these
bad thing
spending
and for
bills.
good thing.
And then let's come back.
I
and
know,
let's see what the
crazy,
next
hey?
couple weeks hold. But we have to pass funding bills in a bipartisan process.
We always do.
It's a 3-page bill, probably. It's not 99 pages that cuts the veterans' care that they deserve. It's a couple-page bill. We could put that on the floor. We can get that done. And we could pass it. We could go home. We can talk to our constituents about this, and we can center this around the American people.
They're already playing defense for the CR
Yep.
passing. Can you hear it? We'll see. We'll see. I expect it to pass, but we'll see.
Yesterday, for whatever reason, maybe they didn't have the votes. Leader Schumer decided to walk away from that and go with the GOP.
You're not going to get him to shit talk Schumer.
Here in the House that feel betrayed. Is that what you're feeling right now?
Vote hasn't happened. There are undecided and undeclared Democratic senators who are evaluating what is
Pressure
the right thing
them.
to do for the American
Hakeem.
people. We've made that decision as House Democrats, and we're going to stick by that decision. because we believe we are on the side of the American people. Third row.
It will pass because nothing ever happens. How many people are nothing ever happensers? Wait, can I put a poll in the YouTube? In the hang on. Let's I'll start a poll in both. So does
Our
nothing
general view
ever happen?
is that we do not want to shut down the government, but we are not afraid of a government funding showdown.
Let's do the
And
Twitch
we will
chat.
win that showdown.
Does nothing
because we stand
ever
on
happen?
the side
Yes
of the American
no.
people.
We'll do
Next question.
okay. Remember, saying yes is nothing ever happens. Saying no is not nothing ever happens. Wow. Twitch is very wow, it's a dead heat, guys.
When I travel the country, the American people are concerned about
It's a dead heat.
If their kids get sick, can they go see a
in
doctor?
YouTube, in Twitch.
And we have a problem with the fact that Republicans are cutting health care in this partisan spending bill.
It's so close.
There are
It's
veterans
50-50
in
in
this
both.
country who want to know.
It's 50-50 in both.
And after serving this country, sacrificing, putting their lives on the line,
Yes
their
is
country will
barely
be
winning
there
in
for
YouTube.
them in
No
the way
is
that they
winning
were
in
there
Twitch.
for
No is winning in
America.
Twitch. You couldn't have been
There
more
are
confusing
mothers
with the
and
wording.
fathers who
Hey,
are
I try.
struggling to make ends meet. They are working hard. They're playing by the rules.
Does nothing ever happen?
But they're
Yes
not sure
or
whether they can
no?
put food on the table.
Yes means nothing ever happens.
Day to
No
day,
means
week to week, month to month.
No,
and the
not
Republicans
nothing
in this
ever
bill,
happens.
just like they're cutting veterans benefits,
guys,
are cutting
it's easy.
nutritional assistance to children and families. That's what we have a problem with.
Worst poll
The
ever.
Republicans are hurting the American people. That's why House
Riddle me
Democrats
this, Batman.
are strongly opposed to this bill.
Wow, nothing ever happens is not winning in YouTube and in Twitch. Something ever happens. You guys are so dumb.
Next question. Thank you.
I'm gonna vote no. Should I vote no? As soon as the Twitch vote is over, I'm gonna end the poll on the YouTube. So just heads up.
Listen, it speaks for itself. Let's be clear about the party who shuts down the government. It's not Democrats, it's Republicans, repeatedly.
True.
The 1990s,
the Nothing Bros are losing.
House Republicans, led by Newt Gingrich, shut down the government twice.
In both chats.
Because they wanted
145 votes in YouTube chat.
Medicaid.
About 22 in
Democrats
Twitch chat.
rejected that position. And Republicans were forced to reopen the government and engage in an unconditional surrender. In 2013,
right back.
My first year in the Congress, House Republicans, the Tea Party, Ted Cruz, they shut the government down for 14 days in October because they wanted President Obama and Democrats to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
Obama.
They told us my way and the highway. We showed them
and pull
the highway.
Wow.
And after 14 days, Republicans engaged in an unconditional surrender, and the Affordable Care Act is alive and well. And all of us,
nothing ever happens, lost.
And in various forms of
by
leadership,
3 points in
during
YouTube.
the 35
it
days,
lost by 10 points in Twitch.
Shutdown. It started
so
in
sometimes
December
things do happen.
Of 2018, and it carried all the way into
things happen sometimes.
February or so of 2019. In that shutdown, Donald Trump closed the government.
Damn, bro, nothing ever does
because
not.
He wanted Democrats to divert taxpayer dollars, billions of taxpayer dollars, to pay for his medieval border wall that he promised Mexico
It was
would pay
rigged.
for. And he wanted to take American taxpayer dollars away from defense and national security. We told him to get lost.
Okay, this is getting
And
boring.
after 35 days, Republicans engaged in an unconditional surrender. What I'm saying speaks for itself. Check the history.
What would be nothing ever happens here? Nothing ever happens here would
We're
be
on the
that
right side
the
of
government
the
does not
American
shut down,
people.
right? That would be
Don't
nothing
want
ever
to shut
happens.
the government down. They do.
But that would be
But
technically
we're not
something.
afraid of a showdown.
A medieval border war.
But that's a different position that we're hearing from Senate leadership. How does this not
Medieval border war. You think that the Democrats... Wait, what'd you say?
House Democrats remain very unified. Let me yield to Catherine Clark and Pete Aguilar.
But what about the party itself?
The results look opposite.
You asked the question.
Wrong.
You asked the question. Can we answer it?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what we've seen time and
voted
time
twice.
again is that we have
Okay,
come together.
let's see
Listen,
what
we're here on behalf of House Democrats.
Justin
and we
Little
know
says. Do you think
who
that
we
if
have to
the Democrats
fight
end
for.
up bringing
We are
Republicans to the
in
table, do you think that this could be a
crisis
MAGA bleeds
that
moment for
has
Democrats?
Been happening.
I don't know
in the
what a
last
MAGA
7
bleeds
weeks.
moment is. Maybe
We
help
have
me out
seen
with that.
Doge and Elon Musk going into our most secure data banks, rifling through people's healthcare information, social security information. We don't know what they're doing with that. We are taking them to
guys, they
court
also have
over 100
a video coming
lawsuits,
out
and we
soon
are winning on behalf of the American people. But it doesn't
If you watched the live
stop
stream, you've
their
already seen it. But
chainsaws.
for those of you who haven't seen me
They're
debate
going right
neo-Nazi,
through everything the American people need to be successful. They're telling us they'll eliminate Social Security. They've already voted. They've already voted in the House to devastate
told me
Medicaid.
that
You
it's
cannot take
not
Medicaid
enough.
away and not close nursing homes in this country.
And then you
Take
left
away
me with a
health
broken
insurance from
heart.
children. Close rural hospitals first, but other
I was driven in on a
hospitals
bus from
will
Canada to vote in
follow.
that poll.
And you
That's
can't
right,
do
Dylan.
that to Medicaid and
You're
not
Dill
soar
in.
the costs of health
voter
insurance
roll.
and healthcare in this country for everybody else.
All right,
and put
we're
an
done with you
undue
guys.
pressure on Medicare. So what we're saying
Out,
is,
out,
you
I'm
have to
done with
choose-
you. Go back to Winterfell. I'll have your head on a spike.
To negotiate lasting peace.
Okay, never mind, we're back.
about, most American people, they can't name us. They don't know who Chuck Schumer is, but they do know what this administration.
You're in a mood
and
today?
Elon
Thanks,
Musk and the GOP
tomato.
are planning for them.
I'm in a bit of a
And
mood.
it's why you're seeing this uproar in town halls. It's why you are seeing in very, very Republican
Trump melting down on
parts of
Twitter
this
yet? I don't know. Is
veterans
what's
expressing
happening?
their
Someone help
frustration
me.
And their outrage that they've cut 7,000 of them
I
from
fall
jobs, that they have a
apart.
spokesperson for the White House who says, well, those veterans weren't fit to work. So this
Not on the same page here. Schumer's arguing that a shutdown would be more catastrophic because the White House would choose.
I am telling you, our party is united on this front.
Wyden is a public no. Holy fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 suspiciously quiet people. The amount of yeses is getting dangerously small.
For a living, who are looking at their budgets, their family budgets. They're not sure they're going to.
Let's go.
And they're not sure
Kill the bill. Kill the
And as
bill.
they see their retirement, their Social Security, all being threatened when they can't afford childcare and
All right, I'm gonna mute
eggs
it
and
because-
the basics, and they
True. All right, so there's 9. So there's 2 yeses for sure. Feder Cuck and Cuck Schumer. And then we have likely yes Gillibrand because she screamed at everyone. So that's 3. Thank you, New York. And then there's 9 or 10 possibly yeses. So I think the margin here is probably like 6 or 7. So if we could pull like 6 of these guys, oof. I would odds on, I think it passes. That's my odds on. I would still say you're getting your hopes up if you think it won't pass. You know where Andy Kim is leaning? I think he's a no. I think he's a committed no. Are these tax cuts? No, not tax cuts. Yeah, Kim is a no. I'm in 1080p, but even the UI videos look blurry, not just your cam. Wait, is everything looking blurry for you guys? I'm on a new profile, so maybe I need to tune things up. All clear on Twitch, says Tomato. Some things happen. You do got that soft boy focus. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. All right, what do you got to say, Hakeem? Wow. Thanks for the follow on Twitch.
You keep engaging in these parlor games because you want to take the focus off the American people. What we're saying is we look forward to continuing to work with our Senate colleagues, all of them, in opposition to the extremism that's being unleashed on the American people. But the focus
Duckworth is a
right
no,
now
I think.
is on everyday Americans, on children, on families, on veterans, on the people that we are fighting for, who Donald Trump and House Republicans are intentionally trying to hurt in a moment where Donald Trump and that whole crew, they are tanking the economy in real time, failing to deliver on their promises.
Thanks, leftist.
To make life better for the American people. And in fact, things are getting worse. That's why Donald Trump's poll numbers aren't going up. They're going down, just like the stock market. Yeah, I travel the country.
Imagine this fails because of Rand Paul.
I'll be in that
That'd be
district
funny.
in a few days. I'll be in church on Sunday. I'll be having events on Monday. We have a Medicaid Day of Action on Tuesday. I look forward to reporting back to all of you when I've had conversations with those very everyday Americans that you're talking about. That Pete's privileged to represent in the Inland Empire, that Catherine's privileged to represent in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yeah, we need some more
and
blue
that I'm
guys,
privileged to
Kyle.
represent in Brooklyn. But I know what they say to me
Has this nudged your feelings on Jeffries?
about
Ever
what
so slightly.
matters to them.
Thanks for
The
this,
fact that they have been
Frank.
struggling to get ahead in an America that's the wealthiest country in the history of the world. It's not acceptable.
All right, this
that
is
far
what
too many people are struggling.
this is
to
what
live.
Jolo wanted us to watch. All right. This is Jola.
Back to the Capitol, another day. Just got back to the Capitol, another day, another lie from these people who are out of control. I'm told that Donald Trump, Mike Johnson, and the extreme MAGA Republicans are claiming that Democrats are sending paid protesters into their town hall meetings. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? We don't need to send paid protesters into your town hall meetings. The American people are with us all across the country.
They're with us.
People are rising up to push back.
Rise
against
up
the assault
when you're living on your
on the
knees. You
economy, the
rise
assault
up.
on hardworking families, the assault on our democracy, and the assault on Medicaid. We don't need paid protesters, bro. The American people are with us.
Wait.
Just got back to the Capitol.
You're gonna watch that all
Another
again, okay,
day,
guys? You're gonna watch it all
another
again.
lie from these people
You're gonna
who
watch
are
the
out
whole
of
thing
control.
over.
I'm told that Donald Trump, Mike Johnson, and the extreme MAGA Republicans are claiming that Democrats are sending paid protesters into their town hall meetings. What's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? We don't need to send paid protesters into your town hall meetings. The American people are with us all across the country. People are rising up to push back against the assault on the economy, the assault
blue
on
guys?
hardworking families, the assault on our democracy, and the assault on Medicaid. We don't need paid protesters, bro. The American people are with us. Just got back to the Capitol. Another day,
can't see anything on the
another
screen.
lie from these people
Oh my God.
who are out of control.
Go back here. There we go.
Paycheck to paycheck. I guess.
Wait. These are new, so I should probably... Once the security tag is removed, it can no longer be... Is a security tag? How do I remove it? The people are with you. Yeah. Hang on. Risk score minus 1,000. Hang on. This is a security tag? Give me a second, folks. I think I need to cut it. And then I can have the real Tony Stark look, just like Hakeem Jeffries, just like my favorite action figure. Just like my favorite. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm ready for my close-up. All right. The extreme MAGA Republicans. I don't know what we're doing here, folks. But are we almost ready for the vote? No. What can we do? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with y'all. What do you mean? Act Blue is dead. USAID is dead. Donors are dead. Leaders are dead. Poggy's in the chat. Get an ice cream cone and become Joe Biden. I am a right-winger now. Truly. Cortez Masto folded in as a yes? No. Oh. Oh. Damn. Nothing ever happens, bros. Nothing ever happens. Did you ever play StarCraft? If so, what was your highest rank? Diamond was my highest rank. We're not cooked 100% yet, but we're just not good news. So there's probably 4 on yes. So we can probably only afford what? 3 more? So if it's 4 yes, they're at 53, right? So we can afford 2 more. Fuck. I think we can afford 2 more. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever fucking happens. Wait for the great leader narrative on Fox. Oh, God. Kill me.
And taking them and putting them in tunnels for almost a year and a half. And we're acting like if this is a normal exchange, this is a normal thing that happens. This is an outrage. So they should all be released. So I'm not going to comment on what we're going to accept or not accept, other than all of us. The whole world should continue to say that what Hamas has done is outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's sick. It's disgusting. It should never have happened. And we shouldn't
Make
accept
what
it as
full
normal,
screen?
as a normal negotiation. We're just dealing with some savages. That's it. These are bad people, terrible people, and we need to treat them as such. But that said,
Yeah, Hallie Talbot
we want
has
all messages out.
has the up-to-date whip count.
There was a report that was required of the State Department as one of the first executive orders asking for countries to be identified that had insufficient vetting. Has that report gone over to the White House yet?
I'm sure if it, you mean we had a deadline to meet that. I'm sure we've met the deadline, but I have to take that back. We can get you an answer for that specifically.
Is there an off-ramp
All right.
for the trade war, Mr. Secretary?
About territorial integrity?
About what?
Territorial integrity for Ukraine.
Do you guys like the shades, though?
So you said that Ukraine would have to make concessions both sides.
So will Russia, right?
What is your description of territorial integrity when it comes to Ukraine? Is it pre-
Guys, again, that's what we're going to have. Let's please. I get
Clean.
it, but let me just put it to you this way. There's two processes here. Process number one is how can we get shooting to stop? Because we think it's very difficult to negotiate peace while there's still shooting going on.
I don't know what to talk about.
What can we do to get that to stop?
I just
to the
know we need
extent
some more
possible?
blue guys
How
in the
can we get
chat.
as much hostility as possible?
I'm just trying to send
so we can get
energy
to
to my
phase two
fellow
of this
Democrats
process,
who aren't.
which is negotiating this thing that
Will-
you're asking
oh
me
my God.
about. I'm just stating the obvious.
What just
When
happened?
people sit down and negotiate an end to wars, there's usually a give
Why are
and
you
take.
so shady?
What that give
Always
and take
have
is
been.
depends on the parties.
Always
that are
have
at the
been
table.
shady.
We're not going to predetermine anything.
Do the Dems vote
That's
no?
what's gonna
Not
take
yet.
to end the war. If there's an off-ramp on the trade, it's not about an off-ramp on the trade. There's not a trade war. This is the United States is resetting its trade relations globally, okay, and resetting relations globally to
Do connections in time,
to a
guesser?
level of equilibrium, to a level
What's
of
connections?
reciprocity. And then once that's reset, we can then engage in the process of bilateral
Thank you, Turkish.
talks with Japan, with the UK, with France, with Germany, with the EU, whoever, to figure out, okay, how do we reset our trade relations so that it's fair? Because right now it's not fair. It's as simple as that. That president has stated that repeatedly. And so these are the steps that it takes to get us to that point. You can't, if you do it the other way, which is let's renegotiate, or why would they renegotiate their trade relationship with the United States if the status quo was beneficial to them?
We don't
Why
want
would
the
someone give
bill.
up something that's good for them? You have to make it fair, and then you
We
can
hate it.
negotiate out, how do we get to a place
The daily
that's mutually
puzzles?
beneficial?
Yeah, but won't
Because
you be
the
able to
current
see
piece
my
of it is just not
New York
sustainable.
Times account if I do that?
How's your relationship with Elon Musk?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
When you nod your head yes,
Hi.
but you want us to know what
The
do
voting
you
here in the
mean?
Senate on the nomination of Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg.
What up, Susan
If
Collins?
approved, he'll be the second in
What
line
up, Lindsey
to lead the
Graham?
Defense Department, and he'll be in charge of day-to-day
I
operations
see you,
and the
Mr.
defense budget.
Maryland Senator,
Also in
who I
this
forget
series,
your
we'll
name
see
is,
senators
Coons?
take up a measure to move forward with a short-term government funding bill to prevent a shutdown tonight at midnight. It authorizes funding through September 30th. They'll
I
need
see you,
support
old guy.
from
I see
Democrats
you,
to reach
Marie.
60 votes to prevent a filibuster.
How about another joke,
On
Marie?
X, Ryan Schmelz with Fox posted earlier that the odds of a government shutdown were rising as he tracked several Democrats who said they would be voting no on moving forward. And Alex Bolton with The Hill posted just a few minutes ago that police officers have been lined up on the third floor of the Capitol to arrest protesters who try to disrupt the procedural vote on the House-passed continuing resolution. House
Oh, wait,
Democrats
let's look at
just
Kash
wrapped
Patel
up a party
talking.
retreat in Virginia. We'll take a look at their remarks from.
Shut up, Meg.
Arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics.
I can't
and
believe they
hundreds of
let this
weapons and
fucking
currency
loser
and
be
illicit
FBI
goods.
director.
That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms
oh, brother,
of fentanyl.
This guy stinks.
There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it. And that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or
Get
child
after it.
a woman or child is
Especially
raped in
get
this
after
country
it.
nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a
Tay
direct
says, what are you
result of the
talking about? Don't you know
border
government
invasion
gangsters is a great
that
work of
occurred.
art? True,
But thanks to
Tay.
this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds
have
so
3
that they can be
no's.
educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had
3
the
hard
privilege
guesses,
of doing
yeah.
in this great community and in this great country. So
should
when you go
co-stream
out there
with
and you
Hutch.
see your communities working with
He
this
didn't reply to
interagency
me.
task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one group, one agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country.
Okay, shut up. We don't care anymore. What does Tommy Lauren have
Over
to say?
Trump Tower, of course, during normal working hours when most Americans had to be doing something productive with their day. So here's the deal. There is a right to free speech in this country. We love the First Amendment. I wish some of these folks that were protesting in the name of a pro-Hamas sympathizer, I would hope that they...
I can't. I really can't. I sincerely cannot. It's triggering. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Boo-boo. God, it's gonna be close. Mark Carney, very cool. Klobuchar is a no. Goat. Oh, it is going down to the wire. This is all theater, isn't it? Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing ever happens. They're just doing this to fucking make us as mad as possible for no reason. They're just doing that, right? Oh, what'd you say, false? Let's see. One hop this time. I saw AOC joining Bernie. Let's go. I am a proud ethnic Pakistani. For centuries, my people bled under Normie oppression, but no more. We have had enough of your social media tyranny. Thank you for the follow, sub, whatever. Oh, God. Please. Dude. Do you have a personality trait other than being a humongous douche? $525,600 What's the best Young Ling song? I don't know who that is, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I get a little unhinged. Right in that post, what is that? Pisco, little god, the hate, yeah. Sorry. Refund the rubles. You think no matter what, Schumer's not going to get kicked out of leadership? That would be insane. I can see the YouTube thumbnails now. Pisco crashes out on Twitter. Ah! Top 3 news outlets. Pisco's Hour. Pondering Politics. And Hutch reaction streams. Followed by Econo Boy lessons. In seriousness, you know, I still read the New York Times. What can I say? Ow. In daylights, in sunsets. They need 8 votes to cloture. Says Jake Sherman. They have 3. Reuters. Just catching up. What is in the CR that needs to be stopped, or is it just bargaining chips? It's a slush fund because of the posture of the administration right now. It's the lack of protections for various programs, the cuts to housing, to nutrition benefits, the tariff provision. Thanks for the sub.
Previous order, all post-cloture time on the bill is expired. Amendment number 1237 is withdrawn. The committee reported substitute is agreed to, and the clerk will read the title of the bill for the 3rd time.
Calendar number 18 S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Let's go, guys.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
Bennett. What's that from? That's from
Mrs.
something, right?
Blackburn.
Bennett.
Ms. Blunt. Mr.
Ms. Blunt.
Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Are we winning? Unclear. Probably not, though.
Thank you. Mr. Booker. I got your sheet, Mr. Sheehy.
And the Senate a moment ago approving Deputy Defense Secretary
Have you visited
Stephen
DC?
Feinberg,
I have, yes.
turning now to a bill to permanently classify
Can you
fentanyl
calm
and
my fears that
related
Luigi's
drugs
not
as
getting off on
Schedule
some
I
dumb
drugs
probable cause
with
challenge?
the highest controls and penalties.
I don't think
Its
he'll get off.
temporary classification is set to expire at the end of this month. Back in late February,
Things actually
the
happen,
Senate Judiciary
believers.
Committee
Please rise
approved
up.
the bill, with several Democrats in support. If
Who has
the
a
Chamber
cowboy
approves,
hat?
This legislation will be sent to the House, which passed its own version.
Oh, wow,
of the
there is
bill
a cowboy
last
hat. Oh, I
month.
think that's,
The two chambers need to approve the same bill for it
I
to
know
be
that
signed
asshole.
into law by the president. Also in this series of votes in the Senate, a procedural vote to move forward with the
Cantwell.
House-passed bill to fund the government through September 30th. Current funding runs out
Mrs.
tonight at
Capito.
midnight if the Senate's not able to move forward and
Mr.
pass the measure.
Cassidy.
While we're in this vote, we'll
What are the
return to
consequences of the shutdown
Congress
itself? I get what
House
needs to happen.
Democrats after their retreat.
But there's a reason Dems don't really
Mr.
avoid this at all
Coons.
costs. It's bad. It
Mr. Cornyn.
pauses a bunch of stuff, and it's painful. But
Everyday Americans.
we should not just accept a Republican bill with no negotiation and one that gives
have been
Trump and
doing
Elon a
for the
shit ton of
last
power.
several
There's no
weeks.
way we should do that.
Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, to lower grocery costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is going up. You know what's going down? The stock market is going down. Consumer confidence is going down. Consumer spending
I
is
need
going
my
down.
third.
Republicans
my
are
third
crashing the economy
wind.
in real time and driving America toward a recession.
Pink pillows.
That's what we're
This is so
concerned
fun
about.
experiencing
Not
all the sadness of a left-wing
not
YouTube channel.
individuals, the American people.
I'm glad you're enjoying. Hey, we need the haters.
Catherine, and then Peter.
Shout out to the haters.
I think what the problem here is that's a false question. That's a false choice.
As long as you're enjoying yourself.
But this is the House
Historically, have there been concessions
position
by the opposition party in the
that
passing
we
CR budget?
need to
Yeah,
go
of course,
back to
always.
the negotiating table, which they walked
In
away
recent history.
from. They walked away from it. And
Shout
it's
out to
why
the
you see
haters.
Both the Senate and the House chairs of appropriations saying 30 days. Give us 30 days to put the American people's voices back in this process. And when you're in the minority, you only have a few real
I just think
points
this is a bad
where you
look
can
for
use
Republicans.
The powers that you have, the procedural moves that you have.
I don't know.
To do the right thing.
They might
by
have the
people
votes.
Who are terrified of the
That's my
where
IRI
this
impression.
country is going and where it's going to leave them and their families. So back to the negotiating table. Why is that some wild?
He's got a tail. Do you think it would
idea?
wag whenever he saw
It's like,
Senator vote no?
let's come
Yeah.
back together.
Good one.
If you're serious about cutting costs, protecting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, our schools, our veterans,
This is
come
supposed to
back
be the
the
easy
table
part for
and work that
Republicans.
out. The choice
This
of
is the
having a
easy part.
shutdown when you're the party that
I'm actually
runs
surprised
everything
they were able
is
to.
preposterous.
get the
it's
votes.
just outrageous. They're even trying
We're
to
gonna
say
do well in the
somehow
midterms.
That's the choice Democrats are making. You run everything, but what you're trying to do
I can't
is
wait.
scam the American
I
people out of
can't
their money
wait.
and the services they paid for and they deserve. So, let's be realistic about what this fight is. We
got our
simply
C-SPAN
saying,
shirts in,
go back
folks.
to the negotiating table. It's not about a shutdown versus a particular
How's my
spending
impression?
bill.
Decent?
It's are we
Could work
going
on
to
it.
center around the American people and do what's right for them, or are we not?
When all these, fun DC words, cloture, continuing resolution, what the American people need to know.
Remember,
is that
Democrats
House
aren't even
Democrats
supposed to
are
be
willing
giving any
work
votes on
in a
these at all.
bipartisan way to keep
This is
government
not
open for
normal.
30 days. That's all we want. That's our solution. It's not perfect. It doesn't solve
Mike
all of
Johnson,
our problems, but it centers
he's going to
the
have a hell of a
debate around
time
the American
wrangling all
people.
these folks.
It pauses what would be a reckless shutdown at the hands of Donald Trump, and it says, let's keep negotiating. Let's work on our funding bills. Let's give Rosa DeLauro and Tom Cole, and Patty Murray and Susan Collins some time to work on these spending bills, and then let's come back and let's see what the next couple of weeks hold. But we have to pass funding bills in a bipartisan process. It's a 3-page bill probably. It's not 99 pages that cuts the veterans' care that they deserve. It's a couple-page bill. We could put that on the floor. We can get that done. We could pass it. We could go home. We can talk to our constituents about this, and we can center this around the American people.
So, it sounds like this message was sent to the Senate, received.
They got the votes? I don't know if they do. Wait, is that what Twitter's saying? We got the latest from Jake Sherman.
And go with the GOP plan. There are some colleagues of yours here in the House that feel betrayed. Is that what you're feeling right now?
The vote hasn't happened. There are undecided and undeclared Democratic senators who are evaluating what is the right thing to do for the American people. We've made that decision.
I think this is all great for the Democrats.
And we're going to stick by that decision.
We are a Big Tent.
Because we believe we are on the side of the American people.
Some of our Democrats are in hard districts. Got to make tough votes.
Some Democrats have expressed concerns that seeing how the process has played out this year.
I don't know if it's any good. You guys would tell me, right?
Do you share those concerns, and what have you learned from this process for the next fiscal year?
Our general view is that we do not want to shut down the government. But we are not
Hell yeah.
afraid of a government funding showdown. And we will win that showdown because we stand on the side of the American people.
What's the difference between a shutdown and a showdown to you?
Next question.
Follow up, though.
Boo-doo-doo. Can you explain what's happening with that accent? Too dumb to understand. There's a vote that's not related to the vote. This isn't the... Okay, I won't do that. This isn't the vote that is the important vote. The important vote is the cloture vote, okay?
Sending him a letter saying that they're not approving of this.
When I travel the country,
It's about to start, Morty.
people are concerned
I can't do my
about
rec anymore. I used to be really good at it.
if their kids get sick, can they go see a doctor? And we have a problem with the fact that Republicans are cutting health care in this partisan spending bill. There are veterans in this country who want to know that after serving this country, sacrificing, putting their lives on the line, that their country will be there for them in the way that they were there for America. There are mothers and fathers who are struggling to make ends meet. They are
Fuck the vote.
working
Just give me
hard.
sunglasses
They're
Hakeem in front of the
playing by the
Capitol
rules.
on the loop. We need it. We need
They're
it.
not sure whether they can put food on the table day to day, week to week, month to month. And the Republicans in this bill, just like they're cutting veterans'
You think Jeff
benefits,
is a good successor to
are
Nancy?
cutting nutritional assistance to children and families.
In a word,
That's what we
no.
have a problem with. That Republicans are hurting.
But
the
I think he's doing
American
better than
people.
Schumer right now.
That's why
To be honest, TBH,
I'm strongly opposed to this bill.
we are strongly opposed to the bill.
Senator Chuck Schumer from your state,
Do 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 do
he has a different
do.
view of this than you. He is not saying let's go back to
Tape
the
with those
table,
blue
saying let's
guys.
vote. So have you lost
What up, pink
confidence in
pillows?
him, the fact that you guys see this so differently?
You sticking around for the tears?
I want to go back to my colleague's question. Can you clarify what you mean by showdown versus shutdown?
Showdown versus shutdown.
A showdown, but not a shutdown. What is a showdown?
Do 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 do. You love the squish blue guys? Yeah, me too. I like
Listen,
them.
it speaks for itself. Let's be clear about the party who shuts down the government. It's not Democrats, it's Republicans, repeatedly. The 1990s,
Some people just want attention.
House Republicans led by Newt Gingrich shut
And
down
I'm
the
gonna give it
government
to 'em.
twice because they wanted
Tell your men they work for me
cut
now.
Medicaid.
They won't work
Democrats
for a free.
rejected that position.
How about we feed you up? What do you say? How about we chop you up little pieces and feed them to your pooches?
In an unconditional
What does he say?
surrender.
Chop you up into little something and feed them to your
2013,
pooches. I don't know.
my first year in the Congress, House Republicans, the Tea Party, Ted Cruz, they shut the government down for 14 days in October because they wanted President Obama and Democrats to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
I don't know when the vote's supposed to be here, but we're here
On the
for
highway,
the
we
vote.
showed them
We want the vote.
the highway, and after 14 days,
Vladimir Zelensky congratulates Mark Carney on assuming office as Prime Minister of Canada.
surrender, and the Affordable Care Act is alive and well. And all of us were here and in various forms of leadership during the 35-day government shutdown. It started in December of 2018, and it carried all
Did
the
I
way
ever tell you how I got
into
these scars?
February
My father
or so
was a drinker
of 2019.
and a fiend.
In that shutdown, Donald
One
Trump
night he comes home crazier
closed the
than
government
usual.
because
Mommy
he
gets the
wanted
kitchen knife to
Democrats
defend herself.
to divert taxpayer
He doesn't
dollars,
like that.
billions of taxpayer dollars,
one bit,
to pay for his medieval border wall that
I don't know what he
promised
says after that.
Mexico would pay for. And he wanted to take
Comes at
American
me with
taxpayer
a knife.
dollars away from defense
Why
and
so
national security.
serious?
We told him to get lost. And after 35 days, Republicans engaged
The
in an
Woker.
unconditional surrender. What I'm saying
It's nothing
speaks
o'clock.
for
Yeah, nothing's
itself.
gonna happen.
Check
Nothing ever
the
happens.
history. We're on the right side of the American people. We don't want to shut the government down.
So boring. Give us some fire. Say what you want about Trump. Say what you want about him. But he's a degenerate piece of shit. That's all. Onion. AG Bondi's warning to Tesla vandals. We're coming after you. Not the Jan 6 pedophiles, though. They get to go free. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do. What else we got here? What we got? Jake Sherman. An extraordinary moment with the House out of session. House Democratic leadership returns to the Capitol, say they're opposed to the CR. Jeffries lobbying against Chuck Schumer's position. Wow. Let's see what Bernie says.
And I will be going to next week. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I will be going to Colorado, Nevada, Arizona.
Oh wait, I need to put these headphones on.
People. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because I believe that all over this country, people are profoundly disgusted with what is going on here in Washington, D.C. They see our great nation moving toward an oligarchy where Elon Musk and other billionaires are running the government. They're seeing the Trump administration moving us toward an authoritarian form of society, usurping the constitutional responsibilities of the
DNC
Congress,
announcing something new for them, are launching
courts.
national town hall
They're
series.
seeing
Yeah, that's
Republicans
great.
in Congress proposing to give massive tax breaks to billionaires, cut back on the needs of our veterans, cut back on Social Security, cut back on Medicaid, cut back on education, so that the rich can become even richer. And let me just tell you this. We're going to win this thing not here in Washington, D.C. We're going to win it when millions of people, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, stand up and say, you know
Where are
what?
you
This is
walking to,
not
Bernie?
the kind of government we want. So let us go forward together. Let's stand up.
You didn't miss
fight
anything,
back
Doug. We're just
for a
chilling.
nation based on justice.
Where are you going?
Not on greed. Let's go forward together. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Never forget, Bernie. He's a funny guy sometimes. Steven Crowder.
Supporting that platform. I no longer want to play a role in supporting that platform. YouTube needs to die as a platform. YouTube needs to go away. For those of you who are just coming in,
cancel culture.
You saw it with age restricted or not. We're going to get through the history here. And we're announcing today that we are never going to be streaming to YouTube.
Who asked?
Again,
Who the fuck
starting
asked?
March 24th.
No one fucking asked. Wow, imagine. How you guys doing? I'm just looking for something to watch while we wait. Everything's so boring. Is there anyone we can make fun of? They're still talking. How can someone yap so fucking long? Can you imagine yapping? Can't ever imagine yapping. Never have, never would. Crowder Smug Club. Yo, who pays for your shit, dude? This guy's like a Fed. Thanks for the follow. Gallego on voting no on the bill and cloture. I don't get cute with this shit. You see? Right now, Polymarket has 41%. Yo, what if we did this? What if I did this?
Done. Besides just folding. He could have held an actual filibuster on the Senate floor today that demanded that all of the Social Security offices stay open so our seniors can get the money that they paid into the system. He could have said he's going to hold up all the nominees as long as Elon Musk continues to illegally fire government workers. He could have shut the government down for a little while until the Republicans met one simple, easy, popular demand. Maybe it was about the VA. Maybe it's about Social Security. Maybe it's, about actually appropriating the funds that Congress has approved.
Have you talked about Newsom's podcast with Kirk and Bannon? Sorry, I'm new here. Yeah, we hate it. We hate it. It's just weak. But yeah, we don't like it. Wait, sorry. I mean, I cannot express how much I don't want it to pass. Yeah, NARC. Oh, shout out NARC. Guys, Everyone shout out Narc. Narc is our incredible graphic design guy. He's fixing the chat. He might have already fixed it. He sent me a bunch of assets just now, which we'll absolutely use. He also designed a lot of the cheer motes. He designed the logo. He's just doing great things. And so we really love Narc. And we know that Narc loves us too. And he's paid. I do pay him.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not co-kings. Force Donald Trump to negotiate with you. Bring him to the table. The era of letting Republicans break all the rules, not follow any of the laws, run roughshod over the Democrats.
Yeah, so when you have like never Trumpers and AOCers and liberals and everyone except for Schumer, Cortez Masto, and Fettercuck saying this is shitty, maybe it's shitty.
Well, the Democrats continue to just try to protect every possible existing norm and institution. That era is over, okay? That era ended the moment Donald Trump won in 2024, all right? We might not like that. I don't like that. I'm an institutionalist. I wish that we could protect our institutions, but that's not what time it is right now. It is a time for fighting. It is a time for sometimes having to sacrifice some turf, having to sacrifice certain members of the public interest for the greater good of taking these guys on and making them own their chaos. Make them own the chaos they're creating. Don't be a participant in the chaos they're creating. Less than a month ago, I was on here and on Twitter warning that if Schumer and Jeffries weren't up for the fight when it comes to this budget,
need replacements.
then there'd be a Democratic Tea Party. And we're already seeing that online right now. There's already a discussion of AOC primarying Chuck. There's enraged members of Congress. I've been hearing from them. And to be honest, I expect all this is just the start. Because from what my sense from Democratic voters is that they are pissed. They want a fighter. They want someone that's going to actually do something. And so a new order is coming. A new leadership is coming.
The last order.
To the Democratic Party. It's a question of when. Even if Chuck Schumer did all the things I said, does anybody think that he's the man for the moment right now? Does anybody think that he could have executed on that maximum pressure strategy? I don't know anybody who does. This thing can't wait for a primary till 2028. The Democrats need leaders that are up for this moment right now. The time for Chuck Schumer to pass the torch is
now.
Right now.
Yep. Hell yeah. Baseball work. Love to see it. Where's my vote, bruh? We're keeping an eye on you, Dems. Senate Dems. Booker remaining strong. Dow up 600 points. Wow. Trump effect. These cuts will cause veterans to die.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of the FBI, Ash Patel.
What a disgusting little fuck. Do. Uh-oh. What is it with these planes?
Well, it doesn't look like we're flying out today now.
Lol. I don't know what to do, folks. This is all so boring.
Well, they want to. Thank you,
And the
everyone.
suit,
My
it
name
wasn't
is Adam
cheap.
Piper.
You ought to know.
I'm the
You
Executive
bought
Director
it.
of the Republican Attorneys General
Enough
Association.
from the clown.
Behind me today are some of our finest attorneys general. They will be joining Attorney General Pam Bondi, a former chair of the Republican Attorneys General Association, and now our nation's Attorney General, along with President Trump at Main Justice in a couple hours. I will kick off with Attorney General Marshall, one of our other previous chairs, who will talk about what he is doing.
Why do you bring up that he's little? I just call everyone like little
Safe and
fucker.
make America safe again.
I call Trump that. It's not a dig on his
Again,
size.
good morning. It is a pleasure to be able
Is
to
Paxton
join,
here?
Our dear friend,
Where's
Attorney
Paxton?
General Pam Bondi today, along with President Trump, to have a very transparent and candid discussion about crime in our country and what this administration and
it's
their
like Lil
partnership
Dup.
with state AGs are going to do to make our community safer. We simply need to look back to the first Trump
I'm breaking a little
administration
bit.
to know the value of the cooperation of
I
both
thought the vote would have
federal and
happened
state
by
law
now.
enforcement and the difference it makes. I've been a prosecutor now for almost 30 years, and never in my lifetime as a prosecutor did I see the collaborative and cooperative efforts between federal and state law enforcement to deal with gun crimes on our streets.
How about a magic trick?
We made significant gains. We were able to take violent felons off our streets.
What up, Faith?
And sadly, the new
That's a day one.
administration
That's a
did
Faith.
not share that emphasis
Faith
or,
plus
or that
one.
effort. Seemingly, our federal law enforcement was more concerned about parents at school board meetings or churches than they were.
They're literally
in
Rob
addressing the
Norris.
growing violent
They're little
crime
Rob
problem
Norris.
across our country.
And me.
President Trump is going to speak very candidly and strongly today.
Very strongly. I don't know what to do, folks. I just want them to. Should we watch IRI? What's he doing?
They're still a gay party.
They're still a
okay
party. Oh, $5. Issues with the claim being an adversary to the foreign policy, national interest, security interests of the U.S. means your green card can be rescinded. So issues with that are not that Congress couldn't pass a law like that, but if it's a pretext under which hides unconstitutional speech discrimination, it's problematic, right? So imagine that Rubio rescinded a green card and said something like this. We think that Arab people are adversary to the foreign policy and national security interests of the USA. And so if you're Arab, we're rescinding your green card. Or if you're Jewish, we're rescinding your green card because it's contrary to national security interest. So in general, I don't think that there's necessarily a problem on its face. But just because something is facially valid doesn't mean that as applied, there isn't a hidden constitutional violation. Happens often when there's these kind of like broad delegations of discretion, but the as applied situation is cut and paste unconstitutional. Does that make sense? But thank you for the super chat, Tay. Tay Zunday. What's that? Who's that? Tay Zunday. Tay to the Z. Isn't it the same logic used for the first term with the Muslim ban? The Muslim ban was different, though, because the Muslim ban wasn't facially a Muslim ban. IRI might not be on our side on this one. He's in favor of the deportation proceedings. Chocolate rain. Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. What am I doing, folks? I'm losing my mind. Can we get an IRI call going? We can. IRI has bad takes. Stopped watching him. Don't say that. It was chocolate rain. The actual ban wasn't facially Muslim ban, but we all knew, yeah. If you keep singing, he may show up here in chat. Wow. Oh my god. Listen, IRI seems to be in support of voting for cloture. What? What? I'm... You serious, IRI? Let's fuck with them.
And being is the courts. So if that slows down or shuts down, because Trump could deem what is essential and non-essential, and he could say that some of the courts are non-essential, some of the services the courts offer are non-essential as well, then that's a problem. The president has a lot of leeway when it comes to a shutdown and what they can deem essential and non-essential. That's just kind of a gray area. The final thing that Chuck Schumer brought up is that right now Trump is being blamed for everything going wrong in America. The stock market going down, planes crashing, thousands of people being fired, including tons of veterans, because 30% of the federal workforce are veterans. And Trump is getting all of the blame right now. If there's a shutdown, the shutdown will be at least
IRI is
partially
compromised.
blamed for all the bad things.
He's compromised.
And it will not just be Donald Trump that gets blamed anymore. So those are the points that Chuck Schumer has brought up, why he wants to vote for the government to stay open. He thinks it'll be more damaging to America for the government to shut down, and it'll enable Trump and Musk beyond what they're doing now. I understand where he's coming from, and I think he actually makes a valid case that he could prove to you on paper that it will be worse for America to have a federal government shutdown. More people will be harmed, more services will be damaged, more lives will be ruined. But the problem is, in today's politics, you do not get rewarded for doing the right thing. You are not rewarded for good governance. You're not rewarded for preventing catastrophe. That's just not how people operate in today's politics. And so by not going with where the public is at, and the vast majority of elected Democrats who want to see a shutdown to show fight and push back on Trump.
Oh, he's just arguing the side.
A way to take action on all the outrage that they have. I feel he's making a big mistake.
Yes!
If you don't have the support behind you, what's the point in leading if the people don't believe in where you're going? And that's the position he's in right now. He's kind of stuck in the past where as long as you do the right thing, you will be rewarded and the people will appreciate that. But that's not where we're at.
Please stop
people
singing.
Are mad as hell.
You don't like it when I
sing? You have to go with public perception in today's TikTok and Twitter world. And so I think this is the mistake that he's making, that he's doing the right thing and he's doing what's best for America on paper. But
I don't agree with that.
He's losing the energy. He's losing the momentum, and he's not putting up a fight, which is what people want to see right now. They don't care about what happens. They don't care about who gets blamed. They don't care about people losing their lives. You can make the case that he will save the lives of 10,000 people by doing this. 10,000 families will be impacted negatively with the death of a family member because of the government shutting down.
You make me feel so young.
People will be stressed out. There will be people who have a problem with their Social Security and they can't get help. There'll be people who don't get food. There'll be all sorts of random problems and people dying because of this. There'll be people lose their jobs.
We have George Takei. George Takei's a no on Cloture.
I don't know. But he could probably make the case that he'll save 10,000 lives or something like that by preventing a government shutdown. But nobody cares. They'll just say, well, Trump will kill millions of people if he's allowed to do what he wants for 6 more months. So you have to go with the public's perception, and that's the way you lead in today's day and age. And I think it's so sad because in the end, we're not empowering people to make the right decisions, which technically he's probably making the right decision, but
no, he's not. No,
it's
he's
a
not.
disaster because people want to fight. And you got, sometimes when people want to fight, you go, fuck it, let's go fight.
And when we fight,
we're going to get our asses kicked and we're going to get bloodied and people are going to die on our side.
Win.
But you know what? If you guys want to fight, let's go fight. Sometimes you just got to,
LeBron
when
James
everybody's
has
behind
voted
you and you haven't convinced them